Education Department, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Nurture skill and knowledge for those who want to be information technology savvy, while considering education as their passion and career path. We equip students to be confident and competent in information technology instructions with innovative and creative information technology use in education.
In addition to the competency in vocational education pedagogy, students will be able to specialize in software development, computer network, also in multimedia.
We enrich students' knowledge and skills with the advanced IT technologies, as well as problem-solving skills that enable graduates to survive future competition in the job market. Informatics Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Nurturing future IT educators with integrity, care, and empathy.
Pendidikan teknik bangunan solid. Beton. Pendidikan teknik bangunan solid. Beton, beton, beton.
The Informatics Education Department, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education,
Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Future skill and knowledge for those who want to be information technology savvy, while considering education as their passion and career path. We equip students to be confident and competent in information technology instructions with innovative and creative information technology use in education.
In addition to the competency in vocational education pedagogy, students will be able to specialize in software development, computer network, also in multimedia.
We enrich students' knowledge and skills with the advanced IT technologies, as well as problem-solving skills that enable graduates to survive future competition in the job market. Informatics Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education,
Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta.
nurturing future IT educators with integrity, care, and empathy.
The Informatics Education Department, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta.
Future skill and knowledge for those who want to be information technology savvy, while considering education as their passion and career path. We equip students to be confident and competent in information technology instructions with innovative and creative information technology use in education.
In addition to the competency in vocational education pedagogy, students will be able to specialize in software development, computer network, also in multimedia.
We enrich students' knowledge and skills with the advanced IT technologies, as well as problem-solving skills that enable graduates to survive future competition in the job market. Informatics Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education,
Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta.
nurturing future IT educators with integrity, care, and empathy.
Tes, tes on. Masuk. Kecil ya? Selamat datang Pak Dekan.
Selamat datang Pak Irman. Selamat pagi Pak Irman dan teman-teman semua.
Terima kasih Pak Dekan. Welcome Dr. Syed Helmi. Thank you very much for your time.
Terima kasih.
Cek. Suaranya bagus ya? Tes. Enggak, pakai headset aja. Cek. Itu apa? Lagu. Cek satu. Tes 1 2 3. Cek.
Pendidikan teknik bangunan. Solid. Beton, beton, beton.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to second annual Engineering and Vocational Education Conference 2020. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Tawib, as Master of Ceremony for today's conference. Before we start the conference, please join us to listen Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please have a nice seat.
Indonesia
The Honorable Dr. Mardiana MSc as a Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret. The Honorable Keynote Speakers, Dr. Ahmad Saupi, SSC MSc, as a Director of Partnership and Alignment of Vocational Education, Ministry of Education and Culture, Republik Indonesia. And Dr. Said Ahmad Helmi, as a Senior Lecturer in the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, University Technology of Malaysia, UTM, and also the Dr. Yuyun Estianto, STMT, as Head of Mechanical Engineering Education, 11 Maret University. To all presenters, distinguished guests, and our beloved audience, welcome to second annual Engineering and Vocational Education Conference 2020. It's an honor for us to welcome all of you to this conference. We appreciate the taking time on your busy schedule to join us today. The Aevec 2020 is an annual event organized by Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret. The theme of this year is Driving Engineering and Vocational Education to Address Future Challenges in a Smart Environment. We hope this conference to be fruitful and engaging all of you. Let's continue to the main agenda. To begin this conference, we are pleased to invite the chairperson of the second annual Engineering and Vocational Education Conference 2020 to deliver the welcoming speech. Please welcome Mr. Dr. Herman Herman Saputro to deliver the welcoming speech. Please, Pak.
Thank you very much for Master Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
The Honorable Dr. Mardiana, Dean of Faculty Teacher Training and Education. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, Dr. Ahmad Saufi. Maybe he will join later. Direktur Kemitraan Penyelarasan Dunia Usaha and Dunia Industri, Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan Vokasi, the Ministry of Education and Culture Indonesia. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, and very thank you for Dr. Syed Ahmad Helmi from UTM Malaysia. Nice to meet you, Doctor. And then the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Dr. Yuyun Estrianto from Mechanical Engineering Education, 11 Maret University. And the Honorable invited speaker, all of speaker and guests and also participant. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. First of all, let's say thank to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has been giving us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy. So in the COVID-19 pandemic, we can attend and participate in the second annual Engineering and Vocational Education Conference. As the chairperson and on behalf of the organizing committee, I'm delighted to welcome to you all to the second annual Engineering and Vocational Education 2020, hosted by the Faculty Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret. And welcome back to all of you who attend the previous conference of Aevec 2019. Really appreciate to be back again with us. The theme of this existing forum is Driving Engineering and Vocational Education to Address Future Challenge in a Smart Environment. I think this is the nice theme and related to the condition in the Indonesia and also in the world. With embraced four main topic, including first engineering education, second technical and vocational education, and third, technology and education, and fourth, engineering and technology innovation. The second Aevec 2020 invited researcher, academician, educator, practitioner, and government agency and consultant around the world to attend and share their insight of perspective and new trend of research. The conference accepts scholarly manuscript of the latest development and in engineering and vocational education, including literature review, conceptual paper, research report, which are related to the theme of the conference. For this conference, we invited 3 plenary speakers with solid expertise from the different country and region. So we extremely grateful to Dr. Ahmad Saufi from the Ministry of Education and Culture Indonesia. Second, Dr. Said Ahmad Helmi from University Technology Malaysia. And Dr. Jujun Esrianto from Universitas 11 Maret Indonesia. We also much to you, the distinguished speaker who have taken time out of your busy schedule to share your experience with us this day. We appreciate your willingness to openly share your knowledge and appreciations. In addition, we received and selected 67 abstract for the concentration of the presentation. We believe that we can learn plenty of the things from the different presenter. The second Aevec is attended by more than 1,000 participants, 100 participants, around the 100 participants coming from different regions and beyond of Indonesian area. Paper presented in Aevec 2020 will be published in distinctive publication outlet subject to the conformity of the paper quality with the individual publication outlet policy. The conference is not able to come into the reality without the wholehearted supported from many parties. Therefore, on behalf of the committee, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my appreciation to the Rector of Universitas 11 Maret, the Dean of Faculty, Teacher Training and Education, the invited plenary speaker, the presenter, reviewer, delegated and guest participant, and all sponsoring agency that have supported us to host this conference. In addition, in my sincere thanks to my organized team, to all the team and student volunteer for their untiring effort to make this conference as the memorable one. I wish all the presenter and participant memorable experience at the second Aevec 2020 in Surakarta. Last but not least, I hope we will meet again at the third annual Engineering and Vocational Education Conference, third Aevec 2021, inshallah. Thank you very much for the all participants and keynote speaker, and the time back to Mr. Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Herman, to deliver the speech. It's my deep pleasure to invite Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Mr. Dr. Mardiana MSc, to deliver the speech and to open the conference officially. Please welcome Pak Dr. Mardiana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taufik, the Master of Ceremony. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, Dr. Ahmad Saufi, from the Ministry of Education and Culture Indonesia. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, Dr. Syed Ahmad Helmi, from University Technology Malaysia. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, Dr. Jujun Esrianto, from Mechanical Engineering Department, Faculty of Teacher Training Education, Universitas 11 Maret. Distinguished delegates and guest participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My peace and good mercy blessing be upon you all. Good morning and welcome to Universitas 11 Maret. On behalf of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education Universitas 11 Maret, I would like to thank you for coming to this international conference. For us, the second international conference is another historical milestone that our faculty is able to bring together a large number of people from different groups: policy makers, researchers, course practitioners, classroom teachers, curriculum developers, material designer, teacher, supervisor, and testing and assessment developers, both local and foreign, in order to take part in this event. As we are to grace this occasion, it is my honor, more than a pleasure, to welcome you all at the second annual Engineering and Vocational Education Conference 2020. I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to all respected delegates, invited plenary speakers, paper presenters, delegates and guests, and all participants for attending this conference and for becoming our extremist guests on this conference. It is indeed a great honor for us to have you all at the conference. This conference, I believe, will assist presenter and participant in the appreciating the strength, challenge, innovation, and reform in engineering and vocational education at both national and international levels. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the organizing committee for putting great effort into making this year's Aevec a great success. I am certain that the second Aevec 2020, with its dedicated committee, will continue to organize more frequent international gathering in order to extend the scholarship of engineering and vocational education. I wish all Aevec 2020 speaker, presenter, and participant fruitful discussion and great success. And I hope everybody find the conference rewarding and memorable. Have a great conference, and officially we open this conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Mardian, MSc, to deliver the speech and also open the conference officially. Next on the schedule, we will have the photo session. Please, the honorable key speakers and all of the audience to turn on the camera. One more, please, all of the audience to turn on the camera. We have the photo session. Please wait for a minute. Okay, please wait for the minutes. We prepare for the photo session. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin to the fourth session of the plenary lecture that will be led by our moderator, Mr. Fajar Danur Isnantio, STMC, MSc. Please, Mr. Fajar, to carry the session. Mr. Fajar is currently a lecturer of Civil Engineering Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret. Mr. Fajar, time is yours.
Thank you very much for a master ceremony, Mr. Taib, that let me take over the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you today? Great.
Great.
Okay. Thank you very much for the audience to participate in this international conference today. I'm super excited to have you here, excited about all the amazing conversation that we are going to have today. Okay, you can love a person if you don't know, or tak kenal maka tak sayang. Today, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Yuyun Estrianto as the first keynote speaker. His name is Dr. Yuyun Estrianto, and he is head of Mechanical Engineering Education Study Program 2011 until 2015, and then 2019 until now in 11 Maret University. His background is a mechanical engineering, and his activity is researcher and lecturer in 11 Maret University. And today, he will be sharing with us his expert opinion on link and match paradigm. And I will remind the speaker in this session that we will give presentation time about 25 minutes and question and answer about 20 minutes. And then during presentation, the audience could ask the question with typing in chat column. And I'm so appreciate you write down your name and your affiliation before the question. Well, that's all the rule. Now I ask you, give your full attention, Dr. Yuyun Estrianto. Dr. Yuyun Estrianto, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fajar. Please allow me to share screen, please, for the host. Okay, anybody hear me?
Yes.
Clear, Pak.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, please allow me to share my screen. Okay, anybody can see my screen now?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for coming to my presentation, and thanks for the committee for giving me chance to present in this plenary session. And as what have said by Mr. Fajar, that I am from Mechanical Engineering Education. My name is Yuyun Estrianto. My daily activity is a lecturer in the Mechanical Engineering Education Study Program and the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education 11 Maret University. Okay, today I would like to present my presentation. The topic is regrounding the link and match paradigm, aligning the manpower supply against the demand. Link and match is a common term used in the discussion of vocational education topic in Indonesia nowadays. And from this presentation, I hope the audience have similar understanding about the link and match, so that the audience who comes from any types of vocational education institution may develop their programs in the best way, which align with the characteristic of vocational education. The outline of my presentation, there are some topics. At first, I would like to discuss about the correlation between the vocational education and the world of work, and then followed by what is the supply demand and demand driven paradigm, and then followed by what is link and match, and then what is the correlation to the unemployment problem, and how to place the education as a part of discussion about current condition of Indonesia and future challenge, and then a little closing remark from my point of view. Okay, vocational education. You will find some term if you read any literatures in the topic and the discussion of TVET. People usually using TVET or TVET, Technical and Vocational Education and Training, and some other using TVE, Technical and Vocational Education. But you will maybe find any other terms such as VET, Vocational Education and Training, Vocational Education, Occupational Education, and sometimes only use many terms are discussing about the same thing. The definition of vocational education itself, maybe you can find in any literatures, and there are many definitions, but I love this one, although this is an old definition. Vocational education may be defined as specialized education that prepares the learner for entrance into a particular occupation or family occupation, or to upgrade employed workers. This is a definition from Wenrich. Here, from this definition, in short, we can say that vocational education is education for jobs. So there are two sides here about education and occupation. Education, of course, in education, we are talking about the curriculum, the teacher, the teaching learning process, the facilities, school building, etc. While in the occupation, of course, the discussion will be about labor, tasks in the occupation, and then career, salary, equipment, etc. Because vocational education is education for jobs, or higher education could be said as a vocational education, because the definition of graduate profile has already referred to certain occupation. So all department, all study program in the universities, we can say as a vocational education. In secondary education, maybe in our education system only SMK, SMK or vocational high school is vocational education, while SMA or senior high school is not, because the graduate of vocational of senior high school is not related to certain occupation. But SMA is general education that prepare their graduate for higher education. So do the junior high school, even elementary school, etc. Okay, then the paradigm for manpower preparation. As we say before, that vocational education is preparing their student for the occupation. we can see here there are two different paradigma, and this is very, very different. At first, supply driven and then demand driven. Supply driven, we say that supply driven if the education focus on their traditional teaching learning with least referring to the work of work. And sometimes the curriculum is obsolete facilities too, obsolete training method, and also it causes the graduate learning outcome is not aligned with the need of their future workplace, and the amount of graduate is not aligned with the amount of labor demand. While demand-driven paradigma, the education is organized based on the work of work. So the curriculum, the training method, the facilities develop refer to relevant current need. The industry is involved in developing the training, including the curriculum, the training facilities, the training method, so that the program learning outcome must be aligned with the need of their future workplace. People usually assume that the link and match deal with alignment between the graduate's competency and the competency needed by the industry. If we think vocational education is an education for job, and we can say this is supply in the education side and demand on the occupation side, we can see that vocational education is effective if the supply meet the demand. That's what we call link and match. Link means the relationship between education and training as a supplier of labor and the work of work as a demander of labor. Match means the proportionality between the graduates resulted by the education and training bodies and the demand for the work of work and the dimension of quantity, quality, location, and also time. Mislink and mismatch between the supply side and the demand side cause unemployment problem. And unemployment is a problem for almost all the countries, including developed countries, just say maybe German, USA, Japan, and maybe China too. Almost all countries have their unemployment problem. And how to increase the level of link and match between the supply and the demand is our responsibility to reduce unemployment level. I illustrate in this illustration supply with the blue circle and demand with the orange circle. So on the left of the link and match will determine the level of unemployment for any countries. Link and match is realized if graduates resulted by the education system meet the manpower need of the work of work. It deals with the aspects of quantity, quality, time, and also location. Quantity, talking about the amount of manpower need. So how many labor should be resulted from the education and how many labor needed by the occupation. While the quality talk about level of competencies need. For example, bachelor degree, master degree, or sometimes diploma degree, or maybe only technician. Let me align with vocational education level. Our image is also projection of manpower need is we conduct 100 new students in next for the workplace still need my graduates. And also the location. The locations also an important aspect in the link and match, because we can result an expert of farmer work sample in Jakarta and vice versa. Because the vocational education position in the side of labor supply and the demand determined by the socio-economic conditions, the education system should be positioned as a part of the national manpower planning. National Development Plan tells us about the trend of occupation types, amount of labor, level of labor in upcoming years. So the education programs should be developed based on this projection. So here, if we want to plan the vocational education, we have to talk about manpower planning. Manpower planning is a systematic strategy to match the supply of manpower to the availability of jobs by reviewing the existing manpower and forecasting future requirements and availability, and ensuring the supply labor and skills to meet the demand. So in manpower planning, here categories based on its scope and period. Based on scope, there are macro level or national level and micro level. Micro level talking about business unit manpower planning. While based on period, there are short-term, medium-term, and long-term manpower planning. The planning for longer periods, such as 10 to 15 or 20 years, is known as long-term planning. This type of long-term planning is generally done at national level. That's why it is important to estimate manpower needs of a nation and accordingly to raise educational and training facilities to ensure the labor supply meet in the future. There are some aspects influence the national manpower planning about the demography, economic system, the education system, the occupational growth, people mobility, etc. And because manpower planning determined by many aspects, many parties are involved in this work. The illustration explains the related parties in Indonesia's human resource planning, involving some ministries, people's representative, business chamber, etc. So maybe this is only a case in Indonesia. If we want to conduct manpower planning, we have to integrate many data from Ministry of Labor. They have data about labor projection need, etc. Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of National Development Planning, or we say Bapenas, ya, Bapenas in Indonesia, Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Education and Culture, People's Representative or DPR, ya, DPR, and then Professional Association, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin, ya, industry itself, and then also maybe National Professional Certification Agency, PNSP, and of course the Central Bureau of Statistics, Badan Pusat Statistik. So all parties have their specific roles and they have to work in solid team to develop a precision manpower plan. This is Indonesian National Development Plan based on what we call MP3EI and P3EI. This is Master Plan for Acceleration and Expansion of Indonesia's Economic Development. MP3EI kepanjangan dari Master Plan Percepatan dan Perluasan Pembangunan Ekonomi Indonesia, where in this planning, the nation is divided into 6 economic corridors. Sumatra economic corridors, and the Java, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Bali, Nusa Tenggara, Papua. Yeah. So there are 6 economic corridors. And the 6 corridors have similar leading sector. For example, Sumatra corridor, the leading sector of Sumatra corridor is steel, shipping, palm oil, rubber, coal, and also Sunda Street Bridge. And then Java corridor, the leading sectors are food, beverage, textiles, transportation, defense facilities. And then Kalimantan corridor, the leading sectors are steel, bauxite, palm oil, coal, oil and gas, and also timber. Bali Nusa Tenggara, the leading sector is tourism, animal husbandry, and fisheries. And then corridor of Sulawesi, nickel, food, agriculture, oil and gas, cocoa, and fisheries, and so on. And then from the development planning, our corridors based on investment values. This is it has already maybe of 2012 from Bapenas. The estimation of labor absorption, of each corridors, and then should be detailed and transformed into vocational education program. How many mechanical engineers are needed? How many fishery diplomas should be provided? How many tour guides should be trained? And how to prepare English-speaking tourism marketer should be prepared, etc. So, I mean, the projection of manpower need should be breakdown from this national development plan. And any important aspect, some important aspect, demographic bonus. Yeah, I said before, the one aspect is demography projection. Demographic bonus, this is a condition in which the productive age population is more than the non-productive population. So based on this demographic projection, starting from about 2010, the dependency ratio is less than 1. It means that the productive population age is greater than the non-productive ones. So if the demographic bonus can be a bonus if the younger generation are able to get decent education and jobs. But it will not mean anything if the large amount of population just become a burden for the smaller amount on how we plan the education system, the training for our population, so that the productive population in next, let's say 5 or 10 years, will be a productive generation. And because to plan manpower planning is depends on any sectors, any ministries. So when we want to develop our vocational education, we want to realize link and match paradigm. It should be realized that it is a continuous process all the time. Manpower planning need have to integrate any data is from several related ministries, and we need to develop a precision computational manpower forecasting approach as a basic for vocational education planning. So I think this is our future challenge, how to realize link and match, but of course it is not only talking about the link of curriculum and the teaching learning, but also between supply and demand. And of course, to conduct manpower planning, of course, we can do this by ourselves in the education institution level, but this is a level of national work. So government is responsible for this. As a closing remark, this is some closing remark from me. Of course, it based on my point of view that link and match is not merely about aligning the vocational education graduates' competency towards the industrial need, but between the demand side versus the supply side. Unemployment indicates that there's still mislink and mismatch between the labor supply and the demand. Linking and matching the demand side and supply side need broad coordination between governmental ministries, industries, education and certification bodies, and also business council. And the national development plan should become main reference in the national manpower planning. And to reduce unemployment, education must be an integral part of national manpower planning. Okay, I think my presentation is enough. That's all, and thank you very much for the time. I give the time back to Mr. Fajar, and maybe we can continue by question and answer. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, now I give the time for the audience to ask the speaker, Mr. Yuyun Estrianto, maybe 1 or 2 questions. Because here in chat box there is no question yet, and I will wait for maybe a second for the audience to have to raise your hand or maybe to chat from a chat box. Yes, okay. I saw Mr. Herman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fajar. I think this is a great presentation from Dr. Yuyun. Very interesting point, how to manage the, we call the manpower, because this is the real problem in the Indonesian education level, not only in the vocational level, but also in university level. So I really interested about the suggestion from the Dr. Yuyun regarding to the manage and synergy between all the ministry in Indonesia. So this good suggestion maybe if the government will make the coordination between all the ministry and all the bureau or and all institution. I think this your presentation, Dr. Jun, you already explained about the description what we should do to overcome the problem in the manpower in Indonesia. So my question is only one, and the simple question regarding the manpower, because now the Dirjen Vokasi already starting to announce about the link and match also, or is in Indonesian call with the pernikahan between the industry and school or polytechnic or university. So for your experience, Dr. Yuyun, what should we prepare for school and then for the university in order to link and match it become the powerful ones? Thank you very much.
Okay, I answer directly. Pak Fajar?
Yes, you can answer it.
Okay, thank you very much for Pak Herman for your question. And yeah, as we know that Bapak Dirjen Vokasi always campaign the pernikahan massal, pernikahan massal between the vocational school in the micro scale. For example, for a certain school, let's say SMK Warga, and then have a industrial park. If we are talking about not enough, I mean, this is good, but have not enough to solve the problem of unemployment. I can receive that unemployment problem is caused by always address to the competency of graduates, competency of teachers, etc. But my first question is, what is really needed by our labor system, our industry? How many labor are needed? What is the level? And when? And sometimes just say we conduct education now, and our student will graduate for next 3 or 5 years, and the question is, what is the projection of need of labor in the next 4 or maybe 5 years? Yeah, so it is complicated problem. All data for that. Our government is the only manager of each data from the Ministry of Labor, the Ministry of Industry, and they have future planning development of the nation. So the education have not breakdown from the actually projection need of manpower in the future. Okay, I think like that, Pak Herman. Any other S maybe?
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yuyun Estrianto. On the other audience, you can type your asking from chat box. But now because of the limitation, we have to continue to another speaker, yeah. Yes, so now we are entering the next session. Let me introduce our second keynote speaker today. We are pleased to welcome Dr. Rernat Ahmad Shaufi, a very special guest from Jakarta. Here, Dr. Ahmad Shaufi is a Director of Partnership and Alignment of Business and Industry, Director General of Vocational Education, Ministry of Education and Culture, from 4th June 2020 until now. He was Education and Cultural Attaché, Indonesian Embassy in Berlin, 2016 until 2020, and also lecturer at the Faculty of Pharmacy, Pancasila University, 2008 until 2016. And Dr. Ahmad Shaufi's specialty is biology and biotechnology. And today, he will be sharing with us his expert opinion on vocational education. I ask that you give your full attention to Dr. Ahmad Shaufi Helmi. Dr. Ahmad Shaufi, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished Dr. Herman Saputro, Distinguished Dr. Yuyun Estrianto, Dr. Fajar Isnantio, all speakers, all steering committee, all organizing committee, and all audience of the second annual Engineering and Vocational Education Conference. Yeah, as far as I know, this conference is the speaker is from Malaysia and Indonesia, and all audience is from Indonesia. So let me continue my speech in Bahasa Indonesia. Yeah, Dr. Herman, could you please give me the chance to share screen?
Oke, Bapak.
Okay. Okay. Everybody can see, yeah? Pak Herman, could you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
It's clear here.
So,
It's very clear.
Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, sekali lagi salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Terima kasih sudah diberikan kesempatan untuk berkenalan, sharing ilmu, kemudian juga untuk lebih memperkuat silaturahmi antar kita. Karena bagaimanapun kemitraan hanya bisa kita wujudkan dengan chemistry yang sama. Oleh karena itu, pada pagi hari yang berbahagia ini, saya ingin membagi cerita dan berita tentang memperkuat kemitraan pendidikan tinggi vokasi dengan industri, dunia usaha, dan dunia kerja. Sebagai pendahuluan, saya ingin mengingatkan pada kita semua bahwa institusi pendidikan tinggi vokasi berperan untuk mengolah penemuan dasar menjadi penemuan terapan yang aplikatif bagi masyarakat. Selanjutnya, di dalam rencana pembangunan jangka menengah, kita mengetahui bahwa pembangunan sumber daya manusia melalui pendidikan dan pelatihan vokasi itu harus berbasis pada kerjasama dengan industri. Kemudian sebagai bagian dari industri dunia usaha dan dunia kerja, usaha mikro, usaha kecil dan usaha menengah itu telah berkontribusi menyerap 97% total tenaga kerja dan menjumbang 60% dari total PDB nasional, 14% total ekspor, serta 58% total investasi. Namun kita ketahui sampai saat ini UMKM terutama usaha mikro masih mengalami sejumlah tantangan, di antaranya adalah dalam hal sumber daya manusia, kemudian pengembangan produk, kemudian pemasaran dan pembiayaan. Sebagaimana kita maklumi bersama bahwa posisi lulusan pendidikan tinggi vokasi itu sangat strategis. Dia dapat bertindak sebagai agen pembangunan dan pertumbuhan ekonomi, termasuk melakukan transfer ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi dalam rangka peningkatan kualitas usaha. Oleh karena itu, sebagai suatu kebijakan diperlukan suatu bentuk dan pola kerjasama yang sinergis dan saling menguatkan antara pendidikan tinggi vokasi itu sendiri dengan industri dunia usaha dan dunia kerja. Sebagai undangan, saat ini saya bicara sebagai Direktur Kemitraan dan Penyelarasan Dunia Usaha dan Dunia Industri, itu kami ingin bertindak sebagai interface dan sebagai fasilitator dalam pengembangan kemitraan antara perguruan tinggi vokasi tersebut dengan industri dunia usaha dan dunia kerja. Bapak Ibu yang saya muliakan, sebagaimana kita ketahui dalam Permendikbud nomor 14 tahun 2014 tentang kerjasama perguruan tinggi itu dapat berupa yang akademik dan non-akademik. Ya, kerjasama itu bisa berbentuk pengembangan sumber daya manusia, kemudian penelitian, kemudian penyelenggaraan seminar bersama, dan kegiatan-kegiatan lain. Kemudian sebagai langkah tindak lanjut dari policy kita ingin mempererat dunia usaha, dunia industri, dan dunia tersebut dengan perguruan tinggi vokasi, kami membuat program ya dalam waktu sangat dekat ini karena usia kami belum 1 tahun, kita ingin membuat suatu program khusus di mana kita ingin memperkuat kemitraan antara pendidikan tinggi vokasi dan dengan industri dunia usaha dunia kerja tersebut, khususnya yang kami ingin teropong pada saat presentasi pagi ini adalah dengan UMKM. Kita ingin agar ada suatu program bimbingan kepada UMKM terkait dengan sistem atau alat pendukung produksi mereka, termasuk manajemen yang ada di badan usaha mereka. Kita ingin fokus pada saat ini pada bidang permesinan, kemudian konstruksi, layanan hospitality, kemudian ekonomi kreatif. Program ini adalah salah satu program untuk memperkuat kebijakan kita tadi, bagaimana ada keterkaitan dan kecocokan antara perguruan tinggi vokasi dengan dunia usaha tersebut. Kita melalui program ini memberikan stimulus, ya, karena dananya dana pemerintah, stimulusnya juga kepada perguruan tinggi vokasi yang melakukan kerjasama dengan industri dunia usaha dan dunia kerja. Kemudian program yang kami kucurkan ini sifatnya kompetitif dan bisa diakses atau bisa dijalankan sejak tahun ini dan tahun-tahun berikutnya oleh pendidikan tinggi vokasi. Harapan kami akan terjadi kolaborasi antara pendidikan tinggi vokasi dengan UMKM, di mana pendidikan tinggi vokasi akan memberikan knowledge transfer atau teknologi transfer kepada mereka. Kemudian permasalahan yang ada di UMKM itu bisa langsung diketahui oleh perguruan tinggi vokasi, sehingga bisa terjadi pemberian nilai tambah dari si produk atau jasa yang dihasilkan oleh UMKM. Kita berharap terjadi suatu circle yang baik, flow yang baik, arus informasi yang baik, tidak hanya satu arah, tapi kita berharap dia 2 arah atau multi arah, vice versa, timbal balik antara pendidikan tinggi vokasi sebagai penerima hibah atau penerima insentif itu dengan usaha kecil menengah sebagai perlambang dari dunia usaha dan dunia industri tersebut. Bapak Ibu, mengapa dunia usaha dan dunia industri, kenapa UMKM yang kami didik dalam kerangka memperkuat kerjasama pendidikan tinggi vokasi dengan dunia usaha dunia industri. Sebagaimana kita ketahui data tahun 2018 dari Kementerian Koperasi, jumlah usaha mikro itu 63 juta unit lebih. Kemudian usaha kecil yang asetnya antara 50 juta hingga 500 juta itu 783 ribuan lebih. Nah, kita sangat berharap pendidikan tinggi vokasi dapat memberikan kemampuan manajerial, kemudian kecanggihan teknologi yang mereka miliki, yang mereka pelajari itu kepada tataran paling rendah di usaha mikro ini. Tapi tidak itu saja, kita berharap di perusahaan menengah besar yang jumlahnya di atas 60.000 itu bisa anak-anak kita ya para mahasiswa perguruan tinggi vokasi dapat menjadikan tempat perusahaan atau badan usaha tersebut sebagai tempat pemagangan atau tempat pembelajaran. Ya, kita lihat di sini bahwa UMKM sebagaimana yang saya kemukakan di depan penyumbang 97% total tenaga kerja dan 58% total investasi negara ini. Bapak Ibu yang saya muliakan, inilah kira-kira tema-tema yang dipekerjakan atau dikerjasamakan antara perguruan tinggi vokasi dengan UMKM, yaitu di sisi bila industri itu pengolahan adalah bagaimana peningkatan SDM, bagaimana konsolidasi rantai pasok, kargo, dan lain sebagainya. Kemudian bagaimana pembiayaan apabila kita berbicara di sisi pemasaran. Nah, dengan skema tadi, kita berharap kedua belah pihak, baik pendidikan tinggi vokasi dan UMKM sama-sama mendapat keuntungan. Jadi peran government di sini atau direktorat memberikan asupan hibah itu melalui program kerjasama ini sehingga pendidikan tinggi vokasi dapat mengimplementasikan apa yang mereka punya ke dalam UMKM, kemudian memacu peningkatan kualitas SDM mereka sendiri, kemudian termasuk menjadi sarana eksplorasi kompetensi baik dosen maupun para peneliti yang ada di pendidikan tinggi vokasi. Sebaliknya bagi UMKM itu dapat membantu menyelesaikan problema yang ada atau yang mereka hadapi sehari-hari. Katakanlah problema pembungkusan, pengawetan, kemudian rantai pasok, dan seterusnya. Kemudian kita berharap akan ada katalisis proses digital ekonomi atau digital strategi baik dalam hal marketing sales, kemudian supply chain management, kemudian gigs ekonomi, dan seterusnya. Bapak Ibu, untuk mempersingkat presentasi saya ingin menunjukkan beberapa contoh bahwa sudah terjadi atau sudah dikatalisis kerjasama antara Politeknik Negeri Sriwijaya dalam hal ekonomi kreatif dengan sejumlah industri dan dunia usaha. Begitu juga Politeknik Negeri Bali ya sudah bekerja sama dengan beberapa BUMN desa dalam bidang hospitality. Kemudian dalam bidang ekonomi kreatif, Politeknik Negeri Pontianak sudah bekerja sama dengan PT BNN, kemudian Sekolah Vokasi Institut Pertanian Bogor dalam bidang ekonomi kreatif sudah bekerja sama dengan PT Carung Pophan. Lanjut, kita juga sudah mengkatalisis kerjasama antara Politeknik Negeri Semarang ya dalam bidang ekonomi kreatif dengan CV Valia, kemudian Politeknik Perkapalan Negeri Surabaya dalam bidang permesinan, kita katalisis kerjasama mereka dengan UMKM Galangan yang ada di bidang kemaritiman. Bapak Ibu, di samping yang saya katakan tadi adanya insentif untuk pendidikan tinggi vokasi, salah satu strategi kita untuk memperkuat hubungan antara pendidikan tinggi vokasi dengan dunia usaha dan dunia kerja itu adalah dengan memulai terbentuknya forum pengarah vokasi atau rumah vokasi. Forum pengarah vokasi ini kita resmikan pada tanggal 15 Juli yang lalu, jadi umurnya belum juga 1 semester. Kita berharap forum pengarah vokasi yang anggotanya adalah bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu pemimpin perusahaan tersebut itu dapat memberikan masukan kepada kita semua, khususnya government, dalam hal perumusan kebijakan, strategi, program, model pembelajaran, bagaimana agar dunia usaha, dunia industri tersebut dapat match atau cocok dengan yang diajarkan di pendidikan tinggi vokasi. Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu kita yang ada di forum pengarah vokasi tersebut kita konsentrasikan dalam 4 bidang utama, yaitu bidang mesin konstruksi, ekonomi kreatif, hospitality, kemudian bidang layanan sosial. Ada juga bapak-bapak ibu-ibu yang tidak termasuk di dalam rumpun yang 4 tersebut kita dimasukkan ke dalam multi bidang. Dengan demikian, masukan dari forum pengarah vokasi itu dapat memberikan rekomendasi bagaimana pelatihan berbasis industri itu, baik bagi pendidik maupun bagi tenaga pendidikan. Bapak Ibu, itu yang bisa saya sampaikan sebagai pengantar dalam seminar atau Second Annual Engineering and Vocational Education Conference pada pagi hari ini. Saya mengucapkan terima kasih atas undangan dari panitia. Semoga silaturahmi kita tidak hanya berhenti di tataran annual meeting ini, namun diteruskan dengan diskusi, iterasi, kemudian berdebat, dan seterusnya. Karena bagaimanapun berdebat adalah salah satu cara kita untuk mengasah berpikir kita. Lawan berdebat adalah kawan berpikir. Demikian yang bisa saya ungkapkan, saya kembalikan kepada Bapak Moderator, Dr. Herman Saputro, dan terima kasih sekali lagi kepada semua speakers yang tidak bisa saya sebutkan satu persatu, dan kepada semua audiens. Selamat pagi, selalu jaga kesehatan selama pandemi ini, semoga Tuhan memberikan keberkatannya, Tuhan memberikan perlindungan kepada kita dengan menjaga jarak, menggunakan masker, dan mencuci tangan. Stay healthy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Ahmad Shofi for your presentation. And now maybe 5 until 10 minutes is a discussion session. So for the audience, please, if you have a question, you can raise your hand, or maybe you can chat in the chat box. I think, is there any audience? Not yet?
Hai Pak, selamat pagi
Okay.
Pak. Sukatiman.
And from where? Your affiliation?
Sukatiman.
Where are you from?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Sukatiman.
Okay, yeah. Because I asked with Indonesian audience, so I use Indonesian language. Okay?
Peter, please.
Oh, yeah.
Time is yours.
Yes.
Mr.
Terima
Sukatiman.
kasih Bapak Saufi. Saya ingin menanyakan sedikit ini bahwa meskipun kita itu di bidang pendidikan vokasi memiliki skill yang baik, tetapi di dunia pendidikan kita masih termasuk memiliki pengangguran yang terbesar itu ya, menurut data BPS itu. Jadi bagaimana solusinya untuk mengatasi hal tersebut? Begitu Bapak pertanyaan saya. Terima kasih.
Baik, Pak Sukatiman, terima kasih atas pertanyaan Bapak. Yang kita lihat dalam paparan itu adalah lulusan SMK adalah penyumbang pengangguran. Kurang lebih itu tagline-nya. Dan itu ditunjang oleh data Badan Pusat Statistik. Saya tidak akan berdebat tentang data tersebut karena kebetulan siang ini juga atau pagi ini kita sedang berdiskusi tentang kemitraan pendidikan tinggi vokasi. Namun izinkan saya untuk memberikan sedikit ilustrasi kepada Bapak Ibu. Mari kita telisik data di setiap provinsi bahwa kalau pembandingnya SMK ya dengan pembanding SMA, kalau kita ambil data di Provinsi Kalimantan Barat ya, data bulan Juli tahun 2020 dari pemerintah Provinsi Kalimantan Barat, angka penyumbang pengangguran dari SMK itu 14,5%, sedangkan dari SMA itu adalah 2 kali lipat dari itu. Jadi saya tidak akan berdebat tentang data dari Badan Pusat Statistik. Yang perlu kita lakukan adalah sekarang rebranding bahwa pendidikan tinggi vokasi atau SMK juga di tataran pendidikan menengah tidaklah atau bukan menjadi lembaga yang harus dipandang sebelah mata. Izinkan saya kembali ke data pada saat conference kami tentang pendidikan di Kalimantan Barat tersebut bulan Juli, diungkapkan oleh Dinas Pendidikan Kalimantan Barat, mohon dicek datanya, and please correct me if I'm wrong, itu 14,5% penyumbang pengangguran itu lulusan SMK, sedangkan SMA 2 kali lipat dari itu atau hampir 2 kali lipat daripada itu. Karena apa? Di dunia kerja mereka tidak mempunyai skill atau belum mempunyai skill lulusan SMA kita, sedangkan SMK minimal walaupun pada saat ini masih pemagangan mereka itu baru 3 bulan dan lain sebagainya. Baru mengenal industri itu secara langsung hanya 3 bulan. Oleh karena itu Pak Sukatiman, ingin saya jelaskan, mulai bulan Juli tanggal 15 kita membentuk forum pengarah vokasi. Dengan adanya forum pengarah vokasi yang digawangi oleh bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu para pimpinan perusahaan, kita sudah mendapat 2 contoh berita baik. Yang pertama yang ingin saya sharing kepada audiens adalah hasil dari rekomendasi para anggota dari Indonesian Manager Hotel ya, Association ya, jadi asosiasi para Grand Manager Hotel ya bintang 4 bintang 5 di Indonesia ya. Indonesian Hotel Grand Manager Association nama perkumpulan atau lembaga tersebut merekomendasikan bahwa pemagangan yang minimum itu adalah 6 bulan. Dan yang paling baik menurut mereka adalah 1 tahun. Dengan cara ini kita bisa mengetahui bahwa pemagangan selama ini yang kita lakukan kurang dari 6 bulan harus diperbaiki di sisi input atau penyedia, yaitu di sisi SMK dan Politeknik Pariwisata. Kenapa bisa demikian? Karena apabila hanya 3 bulan, kedua pihak belum mendapat benefit apa-apa ya. Namun setelah 6 bulan ya, itu kedua pihak dapat merasakan benefit di mana pihak tuan rumah yaitu industri hotel dalam hal ini bisa memberikan uang saku atas jerih payah mereka, cucuran keringat anak-anak yang sedang magang tersebut gitu. Apabila 6 bulan atau 1 tahun. Itu adalah hasil rekomendasi dari Indonesian Hotel Grand Manager Association. Hasil tersebut langsung kita mulai implementasikan sekarang dengan cara memberikan rekomendasi kepada pihak SMK atau penyelenggara pemagangan agar tidak lagi melakukan pemagangan selama kurang dari 6 bulan. Cerita baik berikutnya adalah dari Trakindo. Trakindo adalah perusahaan, ya saya langsung sebut merek, adalah perusahaan yang bergerak di alat berat. Trakindo sudah membina 6 politeknik dan 8 SMK. Sejauh ini dari 6.000 karyawan mereka selalu berusaha mengambil karyawan baru dari SMK binaan atau dari politeknik binaan mereka. Pada tahun 2017 terjadi lonjakan kebutuhan penggunaan alat berat. Oleh karena itu terjadilah excess demand, kelebihan permintaan. Apa yang terjadi? PT Trakindo mengambil dari langsung ya dari lulusan SMK. Apa yang terjadi dengan mengambil lulusan SMK? Bahwa diperlukan waktu 14 bulan untuk mengenalkan si lulusan SMK tersebut tentang alat berat dan objek pekerjaan yang harus dilakukan. Artinya ada kos tambahan untuk melatih sumber daya manusia agar langsung siap di industri. Artinya dengan cara itu adalah lebih menguntungkan apabila perusahaan sedari awal melakukan pemagangan atau membina calon tenaga kerjanya. 2 cerita tersebut kami dapatkan dari forum pengarah vokasi atau hasil pertemuan kita dengan para pimpinan perusahaan. Kami sangat berharap tentunya dengan adanya diskusi-diskusi, rekomendasi-rekomendasi yang dihasilkan forum pengarah vokasi akan mempertajam sisi penyedia yaitu sekolah menengah kejuruan, kemudian pendidikan tinggi vokasi, dan jangan dilupakan ada juga lembaga-lembaga kursus dan pelatihan yang ada di bawah pembinaan Kementerian Pendidikan Kebudayaan. Jumlahnya 17.000 lembaga kursus dan pelatihan, lebih dari 14.000 SMK, dan lebih dari 2.200 politeknik dan sekolah tinggi vokasi. Bapak Ibu, potensi tersebut kembali harus kita sinergikan, harus kita link and match-kan. Caranya adalah dengan sering-sering bertemu. Sering-sering bertemu, kita katalisis dengan program-program yang dikucurkan oleh Mitra Studi, direktorat kami, dan tentunya dengan memanfaatkan jasa dan budi baik Bapak-Bapak dan Ibu kita yang ada di forum pengarah vokasi. Demikian yang bisa saya ceritakan kepada Pak Sukatiman dan para audiens semuanya. Saya sangat ingin memperpanjang waktu lebih lama di dalam sesi diskusi ini, namun demikian ada keterbatasan waktu sehingga saya harus pamit untuk menghadiri kegiatan lain. Tanpa mengurangi rasa hormat saya mohon izin kepada Bapak Herman Saputra dan Bapak-Bapak steering committee dan organizing committee yang ada di Universitas Negeri 11 Maret. Saya kembalikan kepada moderator. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much for the speaker for joining our online event. That is a presentation from Dr. Ahmad Saufi. I hope we will meet again in another event.
Pak Fajar, terima kasih tambahan sedikit. Pak Saufi mewakili teman-teman di Aevec 2020. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih sekali Bapak. Nanti untuk diskusi selanjutnya, tadi ada quote yang bagus, teman berdebat adalah teman berpikir, sangat luar biasa. Insya Allah kami siap berdiskusi lagi dengan Pak Saufi. Terima kasih.
Sekali lagi sedikit, Bapak Ibu, tentunya komunikasi kita tidak hanya melalui daring ini saja, tapi kita mempunyai WhatsApp group dan sebagainya. Mudah-mudahan dengan cara tersebut silaturahmi kita dan chemistry kita bisa semakin baik. Sekali lagi terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Mas. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, now we enter the next session or the third session. Today, let me introduce our third keynote speaker and also excellent guest from Malaysia. His name is Dr. Syed Ahmad Helmi. He is a faculty member at the Faculty of Engineering, University Technology Malaysia. He is currently a fellow at the Center of Engineering Education and head of the University Research Group in Engineering Education. Over the years, he has conducted several workshops on outcome-based education, particularly in student-centered learning throughout Malaysia and higher institutions and international institutions such as Indonesia, Korea, India, China, Turkey, Morocco, Qatar, South Africa, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. Throughout his career, he received several awards such as Teaching Excellence Award, Excellent Service Award, Best Paper Awards, and Gold Medal in Innovative Practices in Higher Education. He has published several books and more than 100 papers in journals and conference proceedings. And today, he will be sharing with us his expert opinions on problem-based learning implementation in engineering education. I ask you give your full attention to Dr. Syed Ahmad Helmi. Dr. Syed Ahmad Helmi, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Fajar, for the kind introduction. The honoree from 11 Maret University, the Dean of Teacher Training and Education, Bapak Mardiana, uh, Mr. Chairman, Professor Dr. Tauhid, my friend Professor Fajar, the honorary speakers, Dr. Yujun and Prof. Saufi, and the chairman, Mr. Fajar. Thank you very much for the your kindness to invite me to be one of the speakers in this precious conference. This is the second conference of the AEVC, or can I call it as Aevec? Aevec. I think this is a very good platform to meet the engineering educations, the, the lecturers as well as the students, and also the vocational education. I think this is a very good mix of two very interesting and very important education. And I'm very pleased to meet all of you, yeah, the lecturers from Aevec and also engineering education, and also the students. And I know you all have very good heart. That's why you are in the education department of faculty. I mean, the students are very clear to you, very near to you. Yeah, I think you have a very good intention to ensure that the education, the teaching and training education, very well conducted for the goodness of our future students and also the country and the world, inshallah. Okay, let me share with you my screen. Can I have a, and can you please allow me to host the program so that I can share the screen? I cannot share my screen. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the topic that was given to me is problem-based learning in engineering education. Very interesting topic, actually. Is it okay for me to speak English as well as bahasa Malaysia or bahasa Indonesia? Boleh ya?
Yes, yes.
Okay, boleh.
Of course.
Alhamdulillah. Okay.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, these are the learning outcomes of the workshop by the end of this 1.5 hours. I hope that you should be able to explain the importance or the need of PBL, and also we will undergo the process of learning and solving problem using problem-based learning. Okay, and then we will internalizing learning experience through reflection in problem-based learning. This is my intention. Hopefully you can achieve the outcomes. Okay, this is the way I'm going to present. First, the why we need PBL and what is PBL. I know all of you knows what is PBL, but then it is kind of a refresh the PBL, the knowledge about PBL and how the process of PBL that actually we are in UTM or some other universities being using the model of one of the model of PBL. Okay, before we start, can you all please turn to your Mentimeter to this website www.menti.com, and can you please answer the question using the code 2666223. Can you please do that? You have 2 minutes to come up with the answer to the question. right? Okay, can you all see the screen there?
Yes.
It's about your knowledge and application of problem-based learning. We have several. I mean, we have 6 questions there. The first one is your knowledge about PBL. 3 questions about the knowledge. About 90% of you have limited knowledge about PBL. 40% have enough knowledge so far. With very vast knowledge, 12% of you. That's very good. The application, if you look at the application, never applied 6% so far. There are 20 of you participate in these questions. Can you please have some more? Lu tolong jawab soalan ni. Aku cuba nak lihat pengetahuan dan juga pelaksanaan PBL. So far, always apply still 0. So we have 22 participants. Okay, 4% never apply. 15, what happened to the rest? 15% occasionally apply PBL, alhamdulillah. All right, from this we can see that most of you are at the average in terms of the knowledge and also in terms of the application. Okay, can we go to the next question? Okay, you all see the next question? What are the typical challenges in applying problem-based learning in your class? If you apply, some of you did apply the PBL in your class. Can you please answer this question? The next one, the next question. Using the same code. Okay, we have here student passive. We have also the preparation. Very good. We have the creativity as one of the problem. Okay, competency, yeah. Okay, student passive looks like we have more to that. Understanding of the lesson. Any more? So far, only 10 of you answer the questions. Can I have more, please? Creativity, yeah. I think 2 of you answer that. Another creativity. Especially with this pandemic COVID-19, then creativity is even more important. It's quite challenging. Yeah? Okay. Another creativity, logical. I think problem here you meant by how to come up with a good problem, probably. Yeah? Student passive. MashaAllah. Okay. Okay, we have 26 participants answering the questions. Okay, thank you. Let us look at the first one here. We have 3% of you always apply PBL in your class, and that's very good. And also we have 6% of you have a very vast knowledge of PBL. Alhamdulillah. Okay, we will stop sharing this. We go back to our presentation. Okay, Alhamdulillah. It looks like we have a few of you are very expert in PBL. Maybe you can share with us, huh? In this in this presentation, and also in terms of the application, right? I hope those who have vast experience in PBL and apply PBL, you also can share with us your expertise, please. Okay, this is from us. These are what the challenges that we found when we after for many years of implementing PPL in our university. These are some of the problems that we find. Okay, the first one, passive student, you have that as well. Passive students, classroom setting, I'm not sure about UNS. Our classroom setting, especially, in the lecture room, it is not comfortable enough. We have a fixed chair that cannot move around. Sometimes even the table also not suitable. Okay, we do have schools with high or large classroom, more than 100 students, or even 200 students per class. Right? I've seen a university have 400, 500 students per class. So it's very difficult to almost impossible to apply problem-based learning in these classes. And then problem with the learning groups, those who are not, you don't equip yourself with teaching in a group. Pembelajaran bersama, berkumpulan, mungkin ada masalah. And then we have also students who are resist or dislike of our PBL. We always have this problem. Okay, especially student yang mana mereka suka belajar sendirian, tak suka belajar bersama. And in terms of quality, low quality output, those who have implemented, sometimes they found that they better teach traditionally than using PBL because of the quality. Once they try it, the result is not that good, so they patah balik, dia pulang semula pembelajarannya kepada cara yang biasa. And then the other problem is not enough time, masa tak mencukupi. In terms of time management, and then every year, every semester, we have this teaching evaluation, and we found that every time when we implemented PBL, our teaching evaluation becomes low as compared to before. So yang itu pun satu masalah, menyebabkan siapa yang cuba menggunakan problem-based learning akan akan mengelakkan diri daripada meneruskan pembelajaran menggunakan PBL because of the evaluation, teaching evaluation being jeopardized. And then another one is the comfort zone. We used to teach traditional way, and then suddenly you want to change to PBL. That is you actually step away from your comfort zone. So that is another challenge to the students as well as the lecturer. Student kita pun biasa belajar cara yang biasa. Bila kita mengajar cara PBL, dia keluar daripada comfort zone, dia tak suka. This is from the student. Lecturers lack of skill. You mentioned also, a lot of you did mention about creativity. Okay, we need to have creativity. We have to have the skill of how to conduct PBL, how to facilitate our students, okay, how to motivate our students in PBL. These are all the skills which is required. Okay, another one is discouraged by the colleague. This is even a big problem when our colleague discourage us. perkataan yang mungkin menyebabkan kita mengelakkan diri untuk meneruskan pembelajaran menggunakan PBL. Ini biasa banyak berlaku. Sering terjadi di mana teman kita yang discourage kita untuk meneruskan PBL. I have the same experience, right? Lack of institutional support. This is another thing, is the support from your administration or the university itself. So these are some of the challenges that we face when we try to implement PBL in our education. Okay, if you look at the university scenario, actually we have changed from first revolution to second revolution, and now we are at the age of fourth industrial revolution. And you can see there's a lot of changes. Revolution means is a big change that is happening. And we are now at the fourth industrial revolution, and this is even a lot of things which are very much different. Okay, satu perubahan yang cukup besar, di mana a lot of internet being used, Internet of Things, and then big data and integration between one machine to another, the machine talking to each other. Decision is not made by us, but even made by the robot or the machine itself. So these are the things that is happening nowadays, and the change will cause probably from the first to second and the third revolution. In terms of teaching in the classroom does not matter much, but when we move from third revolution to fourth revolution, the teaching method is really something that we need to think or to ponder about, right? Because of the information avalanche and all this. Okay, so one of the big impact is the system engineering, right? We talk about engineering. Now the machines are talking to each other, right? There's no much the intervention is at the beginning of when we design the system. Once the system is already designed, okay, everything will just work among the machines, among the big data. Okay, so there's not much thinking involved in our by ourselves, but the thinking is not happening from by the machines, which is more faster and smarter. Okay, and we look at the robot, for example. The robot have the speech recognition. In a very fast second, they can recognize who actually they speak which, and they can show the emotional expression. Okay, there are Wi-Fi, and with this Wi-Fi, they have been integrate with Google's and with all the information that's needed. They are fast thinker than us, right? They have this speech synthesized. They can even do the synthesis. They can synthesize the things. Okay, and also we talk about nanotechnology. This is another area which is very fast changing. Satu perubahan yang cukup besar, di mana kita tengok mesin yang kecil, nano machine is actually being injected or go through our vein to find the problem that we have in our body. And there's a lot of electronics that is also nano. We have DNA, quantum devices. Okay, so these are big change that is happening in the technology, and we have now the 3D printer. Okay, where you can have all in the internet. We can do the modeling in the internet, and then we can pass the modeling into the system. And now even the bridge can be constructed using 3D printer. Okay, so a lot of changes happen in the world. Okay, and about the future transportation, autonomous vehicle, and we have the drone, the battery cars, and all that. Okay, another revolution, and information avalanche. This is the one that we used to have. I'm not sure about some of you might have seen this. Okay, this is in the university, sometime in the library, in university library, back in the 80s. Okay, we have this index card, right? Do we want to find the information? We need to go through all the index card one at a time. Okay, but nowadays, in the 80s, the information double every 5 years. Every 5 years, the information will double. Okay, for example, in the 70s to 90,000, every 150 years, the information will double. In the 80s, 5 years, every 5 years it will double. But by year 2020, by now, okay, information double every 73 days. Almost every 2 months, the information will double. Information will double every 2 or 3 months. So this is something which is very much different. If we were to use our old traditional way of teaching with all this information, very fast, uh, uh, very much, a lot of information can be found, we can search all the information using internet and all this. Okay. So with that, I'm going to go back to our Mentimeter. Right now, can you please go back to your Mentimeter and then use the code 5097153 to answer the question. 5097153. Okay, can you please answer the question? Okay, good. So you want your students to be an expert? If 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 you can, please use only 1 or 2 words. Just the skills required. Okay, we want them to be smart. We want them to be critical. We want them to have multi-skill, many skills or multi-skills. Okay, you can see there a lot of critical thinking being mentioned. Smart, entrepreneurship. Okay, that's good. We have students here, right? Only it's a student. What actually you want? Can you please answer as well? What do you want to be? What attributes or skill that you want to have with these changes in technology? Again, we have creativity, creative. A lot of you mentioned about creativity. Any more? right. I can see from here a lot of you want our student to be creative, right? To be entrepreneurial. You want them to have an entrepreneurial skill, right? Have multi-skill as well. These are the words most of you mentioned. Okay, thank you very much. Right, this is what is required as noted by during the World Economic Forum. These are the skill, they call it as the 21st century skill. Okay, so we have the first one here, the foundational literacy. So we have to ensure that all our students need to have this. Okay, the first one is the literacy, so they can read and write. And also they need to have the skill of numeracy. They know how to do the calculation, yeah? Especially with the computer nowadays. Yeah? Adanya scientific literacy, science, mathematics. ICT is now become the fundamental literacy. Yeah? ICT semua harus tahu. Yeah? Komputer mesti diketahui semua pelajar. Tidak ada yang satu pun tidak ada. Maknanya sebelum ni kita kata ada 3 membaca, menulis dan apa satu lagi 3M. But nowadays we have literacy, numeracy, scientific, ICT, financial literacy, and also the cultural and civic literacy. These are the skills that everybody need to have. All our students need to have. The other one is the competency. Okay, you did mention about creativity. Okay, you did mention about critical thinking. Okay. And we have also, which is very important, if we were to be interviewed by the employee, they want graduate with good communication skill. They want the staff to communicate well. They want the staff to know how to collaborate, boleh bekerja dalam kumpulan. So ini kompetensi yang patut ada. So these are the competencies that the student should have. Okay. How actually the student will approach complex challenges, they need to have this. Okay, and I think our university also, all of our university have this as well. Betul tak? Dalam kita punya outcomes, kita ada benda-benda ni dan kita mahu memastikan dia tercapai. But in the 4th Industrial Revolution, that is not enough. Okay, we need to have another one which is called character qualities. Okay, which are, for example, curiosity. The student have to have this skill. Okay, curiosity, intuitive. Ini satu yang penting, intuitive. And then dia ada grit ataupun persistent, kesungguhannya. Persistent, bersungguh-sungguh dan kesabaran, cuba untuk menyelesaikan masalah. Adaptability, how to adapt with different. Sekarang ada new pandemic, we have new norms, norma-norma baru. So these are the things we need. Our students need to be able to adapt to the, and our information will double almost every 2-3 months will double. So without this adaptability, it's very difficult. Nanti kita lahirkan pelajar kita ada tulis di kepalanya. Tempohnya cuma 5 bulan ataupun setahun. Sebab dia tak ada adaptability. We don't want to have that. In terms of leadership, because of leadership is very important. So there's another skill that is required, the character quality which is required. And also the other one is even more important nowadays, social and cultural awareness. We are now working borderless, global. We need to have global engineers, global technologies who can work with other people from different world. Sekarang tak ada masalah lagi, kita boleh gunakan handphone untuk menukar bahasa. Dia bercakap dalam bahasa dia, bahasa Russia, kita cuma letak dalam suaranya dalam komputer dan terus ditranslate, kita boleh faham. Tak ada masalah lagi untuk bercakap dengan cepat, dengan pantas, dengan orang luar, orang China, orang Russia, orang India, tak ada masalah. Different languages, but we can talk with them immediately, on the spot. We can respond to their question and their problems. So these are the things which is nowadays just happening. But the problem is how actually we want to address all these skill. Bagaimana kita nak pastikan pelajar kita mempunyai skill ini? Kalau kita terus mengajar cara biasa, which skill can be covered? Yang kita boleh address? Skill mana? Kalau kita mengajar cara biasa, mengajar dalam kelas seperti biasa, bagaimana kita nak menghasilkan pelajar yang mempunyai karakter kualitas yang tertulis di sini? Curiosity, intuitive. Kalau kita cuma mengajar seperti biasa. Dan satu yang paling penting yang merangkumi keseluruhannya dipanggil lifelong learning. Lifelong learning ini pembelajaran berterusan, dia merangkumi keseluruhannya. This is about knowing how to learn. Okay? Dalam long life learning ini ialah mengetahui cara untuk belajar. Kita mesti memastikan pelajar kita tahu macam mana untuk belajar supaya boleh menjadi pelajar yang ada lifelong learning. This skill of lifelong learning, knowing how to learn. Do we allow our student to learn how to learn? Itu soalan dia. Ada tak? Ada siapa mau jawab? Adakah kita mengajar pelajar kita belajar cara untuk menjadi pelajar, belajar untuk belajar, how to learn? Mungkin kita ada, tapi adakah kita design? Do we design our teaching and learning so that the student know how to learn? Kadang-kadang biasa benda ini terjadi, benda ini berlaku, karakter kualiti berlaku, kompetensi berlaku, okay? Kita berlaku pada pelajar, tapi yang berlaku itu bukan sebab kita yang design. It's not from our own design. It just so happen that they learn or they achieve this outcome, but not from our intention. Not dalam bahasa itu, it's not by design. It is not by design. Okay? Sebagai pengajar ataupun pensyarah sekarang ini, kita bukan lagi mengajar, tapi kita harus menjadi designer of the learning. We need to be the designer of the learning environment, the designer of the learning situation. Okay, we need to be the designer of the learning. Okay, these are the skills which are also mentioned reported by the World Economic Forum. What are the future jobs in the future jobs report? These are the skills, the top 10 skills which is required in 2015, okay, and 2020. If you look at this list, right, number 1 is complex problem solving. So in 2015, the employee is looking for students who have complex problem solving skill and also collaboration skill and also people management skill. Is the top 3. And in the year 2020, which is now, right, the employee is looking for people still with number 1 is complex problem solving skill. The students or graduates who have the complex problem solving skill, number 1. Number 2, the critical thinking skill, and then number 3 is creativity, number 4 people management and coordination with other people. So if you look at this, okay, it's always number 1 is always the complex problem solving skill that is required by the employee, especially with nowadays with the education of IR 4.0. Okay, any thought about this? Anybody want to say anything? Tak dengar suara? Boleh saya dengar suara dari siapa-siapa di sini? Boleh kongsi sedikit? Prof. Yuyun, you want to say anything about this? Pak Yuyun?
Not yet, Pak.
Not yet. Fajar?
I have a little bit question about the context, Prof.
Okay.
Cucu, yeah. Do you think our education institution are in the right track to prepare our students to face those needs of competence?
Very good question. Hey, we actually, not us, do we actually prepare our education to achieve this? It all depends on how do we as a teacher or as a lecturer or as a facilitator or as I mentioned just now, we have to be the designer of the learning environment, right? We actually prepare our student for that. It just depends on the way that we teach our class, the way that we design our class, the way that the university support us towards having all this, the support from the university, the support from the government. Okay, sometimes government can give us a lot of facilities, but we do not know how to use these facilities. Okay, just by having the facilities doesn't mean that we are very good designer of the learning environment. We need to make use of it. Okay, mungkin kita rasa kita dah ada cukup, tapi ilmu kita tak ada. Ilmu nak menggunakan untuk mencapai hajat universiti, hajat kementerian ataupun hajat negara kita mungkin tak tercapai. Hanya ada sahaja fasilitis tak cukup. Tapi bagaimana nak menggunakan dia untuk mencapai, itu yang lebih penting. We might have a very good facilities with IoT, Internet of Things, with virtual reality and all this. Tapi kita masih cara yang sama. Kita cuma ada tapi tak menggunakan untuk pendidikan yang sebenar. Itu masalah yang mungkin kita hadapi. Ya? Does that answer my question, Prof. Cucuk? Your question, sorry.
Yes, thank you. And another thing, if this education for IR 4.0 is kind of highly require technology, yeah? What about in some areas the infrastructures are considered as low or not affordable for people, or even the institutions cannot provide this infrastructure?
There are we call it as zero investment facilities. Okay, the zero investment. We can use nature. There's a lot you can Google in the internet how we can use nature to impart the knowledge of IR 4.0. Okay, one of the knowledge of IR 4.0, for example, is curiosity. Curiosity is the skill which is required, right? So how to make our students curious? We can bring them out. Okay, bring them to the river, bring them back to the old way of people learn, how people learn. Okay, cara the aborigines, how they learn how to find water. Okay, mungkin kita lihat baru-baru ni kan, mereka menggunakan apa? Kelapa Ada lihat? Kelapa kan? Indonesia
kelapa kering.
Bawa kelapa kering dan mencari air. Itu satu curiosity. These are the way we don't have to invest much. With zero investment, you still can impart this skill to your students. Okay, but if you have money, that is much better. Okay, the VR which require money, but nowadays a lot of new facilities, the price is going down. Price of to have a VR in your university is no more expensive. Even at home you can have one. Tak mahal lagi. Just by using your handphone, right? You can have VR facilities. Yeah, inshallah. All right, can I proceed? Can I proceed now? Okay.
Sure, please.
Okay, when we talk about this problem solving as number one, in the 2015, problem solving is number one, what is required by the employee. In 2020, problem solving is even also number one. So when we talk about problem solving, in terms of the topology, there are two types of problem. One is called problem solving, the other one is exercise solving. So can you please read this? Tolong baca sebentar. Okey, antara dua ini, yang mana biasa kita gunakan di dalam kuliah kita, pengajaran kita? Yang mana biasa kita gunakan? Problem solving atau exercise solving? Which one?
Exercise solving.
Exercise solving. Most of us are actually doing exercise solving. Okay. So here, if you look at the exercise solving, okay, the process obtain the one and only answer. There's only one and only answer, right? Yes, you give them the problems and there's only one answer. It's easier for you to check, to mark. Nak semak semudah sebab satu soal jawapan saja. It is very well defined. You give the question. Dia seperti apa nama? End of the chapter's question, kan? Soalan dalam buku itu di belakang setiap satu chapter itu ada soalan-soalan. Very well defined. Then you have the formula. You just plug into the equation. You find out, you get the answer. Saya pun dulu masa belajar, saya cuma tuliskan dia punya apa tu variablesnya. Tulis variables, tengok variables yang hampir sama, kita tahu formula mana yang harus pakai. Ambil formula itu, masuk saja, dapat jawapan, syarat tandakan betul. Very simple, okay, straightforward. Okay. There's one approach to one problem. Usually one approach to one answer. It is only one approach, there's no one answer. Okay. And then we usually ask the students to recall the familiar solutions, and then they will solve the problems. And it is very subject to subject basis, right? But if you look at the other side, which is problem solving, these are the important here is not the product, but more of the process. Okay, process to obtain best answer to the unknown solution. So there is no right or wrong answer, is structured, very novel. There is no explicit statement. You have more than one approach to answer that. Okay. You can see also the integration of knowledge. The student need to integrate the different knowledge to answer the question. And over here, you need to have a very strong skill to present the result, because you have to student have to put the words based on the different approaches that they take and how they prove that their answer is correct. But this problem solving is what is required in the real world. Okay, and this exercise solving, it is not to say it is not required, but the one on the left, which is problem solving, is more. Okay, yang selalu masalah yang dihadapi ialah di luar sana, ialah problem solving, not exercise solving. Okay, just by learning how to answer the question doesn't make you a good engineer or doesn't make you a good technologist. Okay, but the process is more important than the product. Okay, what is the philosophy behind problems? What happens when you have problems? What happened to you? Can you get rid of the problem? Boleh kita get rid of our problem? The student will sleep with the problem, betul tak? Bila kita ada masalah, kita tidur bersama dengan masalah kita. Masalah kita sentiasa bermain-main dalam fikiran kita. That is when you have problems. So always stay in your mind until you solve it. Betul? So this is the philosophy behind problem. Yeah. Dan itu yang kita mahu, kan? Pelajar kita sentiasa memikirkan bagaimana nak menyelesaikan masalah itu. So that is the beauty of having problems. Okay. So this is the philosophy of PBL. Yeah. PBL, in terms of the approach, we have we have the realistic problem. Realistic, maknanya hampir sama. Kalau sama problem dengan real world is even better. Okay, we want to have looks real problem. Okay. Now the lecturer is no longer as a teacher, but you become the designer or the facilitator or the coach. Even you are not that well in terms of the topic or the subject matters, but you still, if you are a good designer or good facilitator, you can still be a good lecturer. Okay, and students now they become the problem solver. Okay, this is the we call problem-based approach. Okay, the first one is realistic problem. Okay, what kind of problems that is suitable for engineering courses? Itu persoalannya kan. Okay, bagaimana kita nak craft a problem, and then is it suitable or not? Okay, for medical education, they are they are in their condition is good. You can bring those of medical student, they will go to the hospital, right? You can bring them to the hospital, they can learn, and then from that process they become a good medical students. Kita boleh bawa mereka ke hospital in the actual setting of the real medical cases. Betul tak? Ya, ini yang berlaku kan. Kalau dari medical school student, mereka selalu ada sekolahnya mesti ada berhampiran dengan hospital. Always match with the hospital. Okay, if you want to have a medical school, you need to have a medical school which is very close to the hospital, so the student can go to the hospital to learn. Okay, bagi pelajar law, perundangan, mereka boleh buat mini court proceeding. With the real cases, dia boleh buat, okay, apa nama, mini court. They can do the modeling and they can do the simulation of how to be a good lawyer. Okay, you can debate the cases. So it's easy for them. For medical students, for law students, it's easy. What about for engineering and technologists? Can we bring our students to the plant and then to play around with their plants or dalam industri? Boleh. Can we bring our student to industry and they boleh manipulate barang-barang dalam industri? Boleh tak?
No.
Tak boleh. It's not allowed because they don't want you to disturb their production. You can bring them to look, but for them to do something with it, no, you can't, because we have the industrial standard, right? You don't want to jeopardize the standard. There's certain tolerance that the customer want that you don't want them to play around. Kalau stock mungkin kalau jenis-jenis yang chemical engineer, chemical industry, you can't do anything, but you just have to look at it. Then the question is how, for engineering student, how actually we supposed to craft the problems that for them to learn. That is a big question. Okay. PBL started in the medical school, okay, in McMaster. It's easy for them because they can bring the student to the hospital, and they have only a small number of students with one lecturer. Mungkin dalam 10 orang, satu lecturer, dan mereka berdiskus. Law is also easy because you can do the modeling and simulation and can do some mini court proceeding. Okay, but engineering is something. So law, medical school and law, this is where PBL started. Master in medical school and also law dekat apa nama. Okay, we have these are the principles of crafting engineering problem. This is our paper. You can Google at this the topic. A guide to the art of crafting engineering problems for PBL. Okay, these are some of the principle P1, P2, P3. I'm not going to talk about this because it's a lot of time. Actually, crafting problems is a 2-day course. 2 hari kita buat course atau kursus untuk craft problem, engineering problem. Okay, these are a few samples of engineering problems. Okay, this is a very simple one. Problem 1A. A group of student representative from Persatuan Mahasiswa UTM. Okay, due to the masa saya craft problem ni, masa ni ada apa nama pertandingan bola sepak, ya, Johor ataupun dipanggil Southern Tigers, is always the top in terms of their ranking in football, in Malaysia. In Malaysia, And okay, so due to the demand from your friend, especially Southern Tiger fans, your society is planning to open an Indian-based restaurant. In Malaysia, we have a lot of Indian-based restaurants. We call it Mama, restaurant Mama. But in UTM, we don't have any Mama restaurant. What happened is during the football tournament, student will, or not only student, the people will gather together at this Mama restaurant, okay, and to watch the football match. Okay, that is a very norm in Malaysia. So now we want the student to locate. This is a location analysis. Okay, we want them to locate a place, how to establish their first restaurant. Okay, and bear in mind that the task is to make as much profit as possible. So this is an engineering question, right? It's about location. Bagi industrial engineer ataupun so ada, kalau lihat soalan ini, adakah ada jawapan satu? Tak ada kan? Dia tak ada satu pendekatan yang sesuai. So macam mana nak jawab soalan ini? This is ill-structured problems, and it's a real problem, and the problem has to be very near to the students. Okay? So problem itu kita mahu student itu merasai dia wujud bersama dengan masalah. Okay? This is another question. For this question, we have part 1 and part 2. Then I have another question here, which is part of problem 1. Okay, so they have to plan to open 4 restaurants instead of 1. Okay, and where are these 4 restaurants have to be established? And then after that, from this 4, they have to find one of the restaurants have to be located so that they can have fast delivery service. Okay. The fast delivery service because of this roti canai. I'm not sure whether you know what is roti canai. Tahu tak? Di Malaysia makanan popularnya bukan bakso, tapi roti canai. Pernah makan? Kalau di India, di Indonesia disebut roti India. Okay. Betul?
Yes.
Yeah. Jadi di Malaysia selalu, this is very famous, and they want to eat hot. So where can you have a place to have a roti canai? You can buy roti canai, and then this roti canai can go to the location as fast as possible. So these are 2 different objectives of location. The example of problems. Another example, this is a 3rd year course, very more technical. So we try to mimic the question with you can see here, ada dia punya apa nama? The company's name, right, and the address with the telephone number, and the student actually is a 3rd year student. The 3rd year student, they will go for the interview for the industrial training. So you can see here the question try to bring them into the question. They feel like they are actually being asked being called to be interviewed by this company. Even the student themselves, they did call the company, tapi the company tak ada sebenarnya, it's not there. But we try to ensure to look like the problem is very real. And this is what we gave, right? The PID diagram, yeah? And this diagram also real. So from this problem, they have to learn. Okay, when we in PPL, these are the question given, but they haven't studied. Dia tak belajar. Mereka dapat soalan, dan from here they need to find out what they need to learn. Okay, so they never saw this before. Tak pernah lihat gambar ini. Tiba-tiba diberi gambar ini. Bagaimana nak baca tanpa ada ilmu? But that is where they need to identify what they are missing, and then to find the issues that they need to learn. Then they will have to learn. This is another problem, okay, very real, right? This is for the 1st year engineering students. So we give them the tournament low carbon society punya competition. Also real, we give them prizes if they want. But then this is also they haven't learned anything about this topic, low carbon society, and what what is required to come up with the solution, but then they learn from the problem. Okay. So again, why we introduce PBL? There's a study done in one of the university, okay, where they start. This is a 15 months of a study. The first year engineering students, they went satu kumpulan, dia menggunakan PBL curriculum untuk belajar. Satu kumpulan lagi juga first year student, okay, tapi dia menggunakan cara yang bukan PBL. Okay, group A, the first group A is a degree student, S1 pelajar S1. Group B is the associate degree student. Associate degree ni diploma Group A ni pelajar degree, group B ni pelajar diploma. Tetapi group B menggunakan kaedah PBL. Group A menggunakan kaedah bukan PBL, non PBL. Okay, so they did this study, right? And this is what their results. This is the result. Okay, after 15 months, right? They look at the pre and post. Pre and post menggunakan LASI test. LASI, I think you know what is LASI. LASI is the learning and studying structure inventory. Okay, kita boleh beli ini semua tak mahal pun. Gunakan LASI test untuk melihat the pre and post, and this is the result of the difference. Okay, group A the non PBL, yang itu pelajar degree, ini peningkatan dalam LASI ini. Dalam LASI ini dia ada yang diukur di sini adalah self regulation, skill and the will of the students, and then this is the overall. So if you look at this one, yang rendah-rendah ini ialah S1 student, S1 yang tidak menggunakan PBL. Yang tinggi ini adalah peningkatan yang berlaku pada pelajar diploma yang menggunakan PBL dalam pembelajaran. Kita lihat satu peningkatan yang sangat berbeza. Kalau lihat di situ yang tidak menggunakan PBL seolah-olah tidak ada peningkatan. Ada, tapi terlalu sedikit. Ya. Jadi negatif pun ada. Tapi yang menggunakan PBL grup B, walaupun dia diploma, pelajar umur sama, tahun 1 juga, umur yang sama, tapi peningkatannya lebih tinggi. Dari segi, bukan dari segi ilmunya, tapi dari segi self-regulation, skill and demi willness, demi will. Okay. So we can see, but then nowadays, I also have done several research on PBL, and have the result of PBL is tremendous in terms of the benefit. But nowadays we are not going to dwell with the benefit of PBL, because there's a lot of research being done about the good things about PBL, and it's already a lot of proof that has been shown about the beauty of PBL. Cuma sekarang kita tidak lagi we don't want to argue about PBL anymore. Okay, but the thing is how. The question is how are we going to teach using PBL? How this methodology can be used to teach our students? That is the question. Bukan lagi kenapa, why we need PBL, but it's question how. Soalannya adalah bagaimana untuk mengajar menggunakan PBL. Okay, but before that, we need to know what is PBL. PBL is in the spectrum of active learning, right? In the active learning continuum, you can see here, these are the spectrum of active learning. And when we talk about OBE, outcome-based education is the heart of dia panggil, kalau dalam komputer ni dia ada hardware dengan software kan. So the OBE is the hardware of dia. Tapi dia punya rohnya adalah active learning. Okay? The software-nya ialah active learning. If you have the software, the hardware without the software, it doesn't work. Okay, computer, you have the computer, but you don't have the software. The software, it doesn't work. So you need to have the software in order to ensure that it works well. The same thing with OBE. You need to have a student-centered learning, which is active learning. Okay, then only with active learning you can achieve the OBE punya objective. You have objective without student-centered learning, without active learning, it doesn't work. Faham tak? Faham insyaAllah cik ni? So dalam active learning, in terms of the continuum of active learning, the least student-centered, okay, is at this part, this area. Okay, this area is an active learning, the least student-centered, but they are lebih pada instructor-centered. So what it meant by active learning, to make the lecture active. We give lecture, but we want to make it active, so that the student will learn by by having the activities. Okay, jadi dia tak mengantuk dan sebagainya. So this is to make the student active. Okay, in between this, the other extreme end is the student-centered. This is the most complex and the most student-centered. Okay, we almost in terms of the learning, we pass the learning process to the students. Dekat sini kita masih lagi mengajar, di sini kita tak mengajar, tapi pelajar akan belajar. Okay, so we release our job of teaching to the students themselves. Okay, they will learn with their friends. Over here, we still teach them. This is the most student-centered. This is the most lecture-centered in terms of active learning. In between, you have something. Okay, in between, you might have collaborative learning or cooperative learning. Okay. I'm sorry, I became the host. I have to admit some of you into the Zoom. I'm very sorry. Okay. So, any question here? Ada soalan tak? In terms of the active learning continuum. Jelas tak? Jelas ke tidak?
Yeah, clear.
Clear? Okay, thank you.
Jelas.
Jelas ya? Okay, the traditional teaching is called deductive learning. Deductive means the student, we told the student what to learn, right? So we told the student what to learn, and they learn, and then we give exercises, and they will do the exercises to show us that they understand, right? So you need the deductive learning. Kalau problem-based learning is an inductive learning, whereby they have to identify what they want to learn, they need to learn. So the student have to identify what they need to learn. Over here, we tell them what they need to learn. But over here, they have to identify what they need to learn to solve the problem. Then they learn, okay? They learn, and then they will apply in order to solve the problems. So these are very two different approach. Okay, two different approaches. One is deductive, the other one is inductive. In PBL, okay, so in the content-based learning, we start. We told them what they need to learn, okay, and then they will learn, and then we give problems, and they illustrate understanding using that problem. While in PBL, okay, we start by giving problems, then they have to identify what they need to learn, to know, and then they will learn it, and then they will apply. Okay, so the principle behind PBL is the starting point is the problem. The starting point is the problem. Okay, that's the principle behind PBL. Okay, in PBL we have two important principles. Okay, the first principle is called constructive alignment. So PBL is based on the constructivism theory. Okay, so they construct the knowledge by solving the problems. So they construct the knowledge through solving the problems. So the student will know what we have the intended learning outcomes, right? And then we have to ensure that the outcomes be we really apply or use our activities, the learning activities to ensure that the outcomes will actually um, acquire through our teaching and learning activities. This outcome will acquire ataupun dalam bahasanya dia panggil activated, will be acquired during our teaching and learning. Then only we assess them. We assess the student. The student have to demonstrate that they really acquire, okay, what is the desired learning outcomes. So the PBL is based on constructivism theory. The other one, which is also very important in learning, which is how people learn framework. So PBL actually have all this. If you want to make sure that our teaching and learning is really effective, we look from this perspective, from these lenses. Okay, the lens of whether it is learner-centered, student-centered, assessment-centered, and community-centered. If all these four lenses is there, then our teaching and learning curriculum or instructional design of that is good or not based on these lenses. Okay, you can actually Google in the internet to learn more about this. Okay, this how people learn framework is a meta analysis about analysis, right, of many different theories in education. For many years, they have, I think, around 20 of them studying about this. They come up with how people learn framework. You can refer in the internet. You can download the book of how people learn framework. This is based on very many theories in education. So with this, we actually have also PBL based on this. Okay, in PBL, there are many models. When you talk about problem-based learning, okay, we have the medical school model, right? This is where, for example, Maastricht University, okay, they are using this medical school model, Maastricht University as well. And then we have 1D, one problem model. This is being applied in Republic Polytechnic in Singapore. I have been to this university and look at how they implemented this. Every day, when they come to the university, they have to go to the office and they will take the question, the problem. Every day they work in a group, right? So every day they datang ke university, dia akan pergi ke office dan ambil soalan. Dan dia akan baca soalan and they have to define what they need to learn every day. Okay, it's called 1D, one problem. And then another one is project-oriented problem-based learning in Aevec University in Denmark. I also been to this place to look at how they implement the problems. So they call this a problem-centric education, whereby they have the problems, one big problems, right? And they have the sub problems. Every semester they have one big problems, okay, and they have sub problems based on that one big problem. So every semester they have one problem, which divided into sub problems, and they study from problems. This is a project-oriented problem-based learning. And another model is called cooperative problem-based learning. We in UTM, we apply this model. We call the model as CPBL. CPBL stands for cooperative problem-based learning. Okay, so UTM, in University of Delaware, also using this, and also Temasek Polytechnic, and other university in Malaysia, in University Technology Petronas, and some other places also apply for cooperative problem-based learning. So the question might be, what's the difference between problem-based and project-based? People always confuse. What is the difference between project-based and problem-based? Can you please read this? Perbezaan antara problem-based learning dengan project-based learning. Any of you would like to share this slide? Explanation of this slide, boleh? Ibu Anis, boleh Ibu Anis? Can you please explain to us the difference between these two? Can you please unmute your unmute? You are in the mute mode. Pranis, you are at the mute mode. Can you please unmute it? Tak dengar Ibu Anis. Tak dengar, minta maaf. Ibu Anis, can you please unmute? Can you please explain the difference between these two? Nggak dengar Ibu. Ibu Anis nggak dengar. Ada siapa mau tolong? Ibu Anis itu masih mute itu, unmute. Please unmute. Tak dengar. Ada siapa mau tolong? Orang lain siapa mau tolong? InsyaAllah. Terangkan perbezaan antara problem based learning dengan project based learning. Prof Cucuk, you want to try?
I would like to give the chance for another audience, please. You can unmute yourself to answer the question.
Any of you want to try? Please.
Okay, hello.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I want to try it.
Right, thank you so much.
So before this, some of us cannot unmute the audio, sir, because
I see.
the co-host setting is to be unmute all the time.
I see.
So for us, the difference between problem-based and project-based is the way students achieve the goals. So in problem-based is with process, and in project-based is with task or product. That's for me, from me.
Okay, that's good. Anybody else want to share? Prof. Sukatiman?
Okay. I think problem-based is begin with problem. And ill-structured problem, I think, yes. And then project-based is more procedural.
Okay.
I think that, sir.
That's all?
Yes.
Okay,
that's all.
Right. Thank you very much. Ada siapa lagi mau cuba terangkan? Boleh guna bahasa Indonesia, tak apa. Siapa lagi mau terangkan? Perbezaan antara problem based dengan project based.
Silakan peserta bisa unmute sendiri. Sudah di-set.
Okay.
Ibu Anis tadi mau coba?
Silakan audiens yang lain kalau ingin berpendapat.
Let me try my opinion.
Thank you very much.
in my opinion, the difference about problem-based and project-based is about the setting of time. Actually, if we use problem-based, it's going to be fluctuative time. But if we use project-based, we can setting the time as we want because it's like a procedural using SOP, standard operational procedure. But if we use problem-based, it's going to be long time depend on our critical thinking. Thank you.
Okay, very good try. Alhamdulillah. Ada lagi mau last one? Satu lagi yang terakhir. Prof. Taufiq have attended this workshop before. You want to share with us, Prof. Taufiq?
Yes, Pak Seth.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. For the problem base is based on starting from what the problem is set by the teachers, and also they have the syntax of the step of the process. And the project base is result oriented, and then there is based on the task, and also the end of the learning is must be have the product. This is the necessary, and also there is no syntax for the every step of the learning. Maybe this is Pastor.
Thank you very much. Alhamdulillah, all of you have answered, give a very good answer, inshallah. Okay, just to summarize it, okay, problem-based learning, okay, the important here is the acquisition of knowledge. Okay, problem-based learning, how to acquire knowledge. Dia about, sebab tu dia yang menetapkan sama ada dia faham ke tidak. Dia kalau tak faham, dia harus belajar. Problem-based learning ialah kita nak acquire ilmu. Proses mendapatkan ilmu. It's about getting the knowledge, acquiring the knowledge. Okay? Sebab tu dia panggil inductive. Yeah? So kita tak ajar, we do not teach them. We do not teach our student in problem-based learning. Project-based learning, dia about application of knowledge. We already taught them, kita dah ajar mereka, dan dia apply knowledge itu untuk buat project. That is the main difference. The main difference between problem-based learning and project-based learning is about, one is about acquiring of knowledge or getting the knowledge. The other one is application of knowledge, apply ilmu. That is the main difference. Boleh faham? That's the first one. Okay, so always problem-based learning is always start with problem, while project-based learning doesn't have to. Okay, final year student dia ada projek tahun akhir kan? Projek tahun akhir, betul tak? Kita punya pelajar kita. Mereka sudah ada ilmu, cuma dia nak gunakan ilmu yang dia ada untuk buat projek. That is project-based learning. Okay, it is kalau PBL problem-based learning, dia adalah process-based. Okay, dia process-based. The important here in problem-based learning, the important is the process, not the product. Okay, produk mungkin tak bagus, tapi proses yang penting. Tapi project-based learning, okay, dia adalah task. Okay, dia dapat keluarkan satu produk yang bagus, maka dilihat dari segi produknya. Tapi bukan prosesnya sangat. Prosesnya lihat juga, tapi tak seperti problem-based. Problem-based ini ialah proses is more important than the product itself. Okay. Okay, I think that is dia punya ni lah, the strong point between the difference in project-based and problem-based. Okay, when we talk PBL is about problem-based learning, not necessarily project-based learning. It's about problem-based learning. Okay. Sebab bagaimana kita nak mengajar pelajar kita dalam kelas kita, in our class. So we want to teach them in our class. Okay, using problem-based learning. Kalau pelajar tahun akhir, mungkin kita guna project-based learning. Tapi yang dalam tahun 1, tahun 2, tahun 3, awal-awal ni mungkin kita akan gunakan problem-based learning untuk mereka tahu macam mana cara nak belajar. Knowing how to learn. Okay, ingat lagi kita dalam 21st century learning, Yang luar tu, yang orang ini keseluruhannya ialah apa? Long life learning. Okay, so knowing how to learn, that is what because of the adaptability towards the different life, different technology, different phenomena, different situation. So adaptability is very important. So that is why we need them to learn through problem-based learning. Okay, so they can acquire, they know how to acquire the knowledge. That is what we want. Okay, and what are the process to be used in order for them to acquire the knowledge. Dalam problem-based learning, okay, problem is issue of the what are the learning issues. Apa isu pembelajaran yang perlu yang perlu mereka dapat. We have to spell out very clear way. Okay, very well defined. We need to craft the problem so that we know what we want them to learn. Contohnya thermodynamics. Thermodynamics ada ilmu-ilmu yang kita nak dia tahu. Jadi kita kena buat soalan itu, problem itu supaya dia tahu ilmu-ilmu tertentu. Jadi kita mahu. Jadi bila kita buat soalan itu dibuat supaya mereka mengetahui ilmu apa yang kita nak mereka tahu from the problems. Manakala dalam project based learning we don't have to that. You don't have to do that. Okay, because they already learn. They already know they already have the knowledge. So that's the difference. All right, we go to the next one. Okay, now lecturers as the designer or the facilitator, right? So here, what kind of support? How do we support our students so that they can develop these problem-solving skills? So how we have to support them? Kita biasa dengar daripada VOCATIONAL about ZPD. ZPD is Zone of Proximal Development. Kita mau pelajar, kalau sekarang ni dia punya performance di sini, di bawah ni performance dia. Kita nak dia meningkat kepada yang lebih tinggi. So we want them to go to one step above, one step up in terms of their performance. Okay, kalau kita naik tangga, ini tangga yang kedua. Kita kena bantu pelajar kita. We need to support our student to the level that they can step up. Okay, satu anak tangga yang mereka boleh sampai. Kalau kita contohnya, kalau kita nak pelajar, kalau kita nak masuk ke rumah, kita harus ada tangga. Contohnya lah kan, kita ada tangga, kita letak tangga untuk sampai kepada pintu yang satu lagi. Dari bawah sampai ke pintu atas, kita tak ada tangga. Tapi kalau tak ada tangga, boleh tak kita naik terus masuk ke pintu atas rumah tu? Boleh. Itu sukar kan, melainkan kita Superman, kita boleh terbang naik atas. Ya. Jadi apa yang kita buat, yang kita letak anak tangga dan kita naik satu persatu. Tangga itu pun tak terlalu tinggi. Kalau tinggi nanti susah. Jadi ada dia punya zone dia. Ada dia paras dia. Zone of Proximal Development. Jadi dalam kita sebagai pensyarah, ataupun sebagai facilitator, we need to put this scaffold. Kita letakkan dia punya satu bantuan. We call it as scaffolding. Untuk bantu pelajar itu meningkat kepada performance yang lebih tinggi. One at a time. We cannot ask them to lompat terus ke atas, tapi dia kena naik satu persatu. We are the one that scaffold our student so that they can improve from one step to another step. So peningkatan itu kita perlu support. Ini dia masukkan dengan zone of proximal development. Okay. Bila berlaku perubahan, pelajar kita ni dari segi performance mungkin awal di sini. Ya. Kemudian kalau kita bagi mereka soalan, contoh soalan tentang thermodynamics, ya, atau mungkin tentang machining whatever, right? So mereka tidak ada ilmu, tapi mereka awal mungkin di sini. Tapi kemudian bila kita bagi soalan kat dia, mungkin dia terperanjat sebentar. Kemudian dia ada semangat untuk nak selesaikan, naik sedikit. Kemudian dia bila baik, dia berarti soalan itu susah. Dia tak belajar lagi ni. Banyak ilmu yang tak ada. Jadi dia mulai menentang, denial. Dia ada proses of denial, kemudian dia akan menurun. Okay? Menurun dari segi performance itu akan menurun. Apalagi kalau mereka bekerja dalam kumpulan. When they work in a group, alright, some of their friends are free riders and they don't know how to work in a group. Okay? Mungkin ilmu yang berbeza dan sebagainya, ada yang dominant. So they become very stressful. Okay, stressful, they start to resist. Okay, sampai tu masa dia dah okay, ini kita mungkin nak kena selesaikan juga walaupun ada masalah dan kumpulan ilmunya kita ada, mereka mulai bagikan tugas dan sebagainya, they start to accept. So acceptance time, and then after that they start to work to struggle. Okay, they work together, they do the meeting together, they see each other, they support each other, so they become better understanding. They have the integration, and from now once they have when it start to work, dia dah mulai apa nama, beritahu ada integrasi antara then they go to the next better level performance. So this is how people cope with changes. Okay, kalau ada kematian contohnya, isteri atau suami kita meninggal, anak kita meninggal, ini berlaku the process of denial, emotional stress dan sebagainya baru kita tertingkat. So pelajar juga bila kita bagi dia when we give them PBL problems or PBL questions or we use PBL in our class, they start to denial and then they have very strong emotional problems. And then we need to scaffold them. Di sini kita harus membantu mereka. We as a lecturer, we need to support our student. So that's why in our class, if we use PBL, motivating the students is very, very, very important. Okay, if we stop to motivate them, then they will have problems. So every week you need to give some sort of motivational speech. Okay, so motivation depends on the situation. Masa ini mungkin perlu apa, masa ini mungkin perlu apa. Jadi you need to have some motivational package, untuk support your student. The failure of PBL, one of the reason is there is no supporting from the lecturers. Ada orang dia faham bila buat PBL, bagi soalan kita tinggalkan pelajar kita. We let them solve the problem. That is really, really wrong. Banyak kali wrong. You cannot leave your student. You need to support your student. Okay? If you say your PBL is a failure, the problem is your facilitation. You salah dari segi facilitation. Sometimes you thought it's not important. Okay? Sometimes because of the time, ada berapa minggu, 14 weeks, right? Sampai week ke-7, you think that your student is okay, but then you do not know they have some internal matters, they have problem with their teams, they have problem with understanding. So you can support every week. You need to support, and you have to be around with them. Okay, that is PBL. All right. So the next question is how the PBL process works. Okay, this is the original PBL process. The original. Okay, if you Google in the internet, okay, this is the process and in the McMaster. The phase one is meeting the problems, and then you meet the problems, you do the problem identification and analysis. Itu fasa pertama. The next phase, by the way, you need to have self-directed learning. When you meet the problem, it's self-directed learning. When you solve it, also self-directed learning. And then phase 2 is about synthesizing and apply. Okay, itu fasa kedua. And the third phase is your presentation and closure. These are all the phases which are very important in PBL. Artinya, presentation, closure ni, and reflection is a part of PBL. Without presentation, without reflection and closure, your PBL is not finished. The cycle is not finished yet. Okay, you need to have the closure. Okay. In medical school, they are very, very luxurious because you have one lecturer. You have one lecturer and you have only a couple of students, and you can discuss. And then your lecturers just sit at one side and listen to the discussion, and you will prompt. In PBL, you shouldn't give any solution. The solution have to come from the student. So you have to prompt them. You have to prompt asking the right question. So in medical school, it's easier. You are here, right? They have question, they will discuss among themselves, and you will support them through questioning. But the thing is, in medical school, you don't have that many students. But in our school, in engineering or in technology, we have 60 students, 50 students, 40 students in our class. So how can we implement PBL? That is a problem. So because of that, we have another principles which is called the problem in PBL is how to ensure that when they work in a group, you don't want them to work like a pseudo group. Pseudo group ni bagaimana? Kita bagi kumpulan dalam 4 orang contohnya. Bila kita bagi kumpulan 4 orang, kerja mereka lebih even worse than working by themselves. If they work by themselves is better. Kalau dia buat seorang-seorang lebih baik outputnya berbanding dengan mereka buat bersama. Ini dipanggil pseudo group. Sebab apa? Masing-masing mempunyai goal yang berbeza, mempunyai berbagai-bagai masalah mungkin yang berbeza-beza dan mereka tidak dapat bekerja bersama. And you become the performance is worse than by working by yourself. The other one is traditional group. Ini yang biasa. That's all traditional group. Whereby the 4 of you, contoh dekat sekolah universiti, kita ada pensyarah 1, 2, 3, 4, kita bagi kerja bersama-sama, kita buat kerja tapi tidak melihat bersama-sama. Buat kerja sama kemudian kita put them together dan kita kata itu sebagai working in the group. So in our class the same thing. We give the work group work to your students. The student will do the work. They will divide among themselves, and then after that they will bring them together, staple up together, kemudian they submit kat kita. Okay, dalam submission tu mungkin ada pakai font 40, font lain, pakai Times Roman, ada pakai font yang berbeza, ada pakai 13, 14, gambar rajah pun ada yang warna-warni, ada yang tak ada warna-warni, tidak ada satu yang cantik, berbeza-beza. Ini dipanggil traditional group. In terms of performance, mungkin lebih baik tapi dia masih lagi tidak menggambarkan satu yang baik. What we want is what we call cooperative group. Cooperative group is the performance is much better. Kalau di sini, kalau traditional group, 1 plus 1 is 2. Tapi cooperative group is 1 plus 1 is more than 2. This is what we want. Okay? Bila kita buat kerja dalam berkumpulan, kita mahukan putusan itu lebih baik. Sebab itu kita buat dalam kumpulan. We want 1 plus 1 not equal to 2, but more than that. This is what we want. Okay? So cooperative group ada dia punya syarat-syaratnya. Tapi yang lebih baik lagi kalau kita go another level, we call it higher performance cooperative group. This is what we even better if we can achieve, but it is not that easy to achieve this. But at least we can achieve up to cooperative group. So to have this cooperative group, there are principles behind it. This is written by Johnson and Smith, okay, about active learning. Okay, dalam active learning ini dalam cooperative learning ada 5 principle, the principles of active learning. The first one is positive interdependence, kemudian individual accountability and face-to-face interaction. Ini yang 3 ini ialah pillar, the pillar in cooperative learning. Positive interdependence. We have to make sure that the students actually they are not independent but they interdependent. Masing-masing saling memerlukan antara sama lain. Okay, they are interdependent. Okay, independent is much more than independent. Kalau independent buat kerja seorang, tapi independent masing-masing bekerjasama. Satu lagi yang penting ialah accountability. They have to be accountable towards their work. Kerja mereka tu dia rasa accountable. Okay, and also the work of others. Kawan-kawan dia punya kerja pun dia rasa accountable. Itu yang penting, accountability. Satu lagi yang penting adalah face-to-face interaction. Mereka harus sentiasa berbincang bersama-sama untuk membuat sesuatu tugasan. Selalu berjumpa dan sebagainya. Tak tinggalkan buat kerja sendiri, kemudian ambil sama-sama compile, put it together. That is not the one. So face-to-face interaction is very important. So these are the 3 pillars. But on top of these 3 pillars, in cooperative learning, we need to regularly do the assessment. We need to assess. Okay, the student have to assess their individual assessment and also group assessment. So regular group and individual function assessment is very important. Okay, dan yang terakhir sekali ialah appropriate interpersonal skill. Dalam cooperative learning, you need to have a good communication skill. You need to have a good project management skill. You need to have a good presentation skill. So all these skills are required. So with that, with all these 5 principles, inshallah your cooperative learning is going to be much better. Okay. So because of this, the importance of principle of cooperative learning, with also the pattern in active learning. Okay, for those of you who have been those who have gone through this workshop, active learning workshop, dia ada dia punya structure, dia pattern dia. Kalau kita nak katakan kita buat active learning, always start with individual construction. Ini sangat penting. Setiap seorang tu kena ada dia punya individual understanding of the things. Kena buat dulu. Okay, individual construction, kemudian dia discuss dengan kawan sebelah dia ataupun dengan kumpulan, and then you have the overall discussion. So this is actually the pattern in active learning. Okay, so with this we will involve all the students in our class. Okay, individual start berfikir, buat sendiri, bincang dengan sebelah, they start to have the cognitive punya discussion. Okay, they improve their understanding. When you bubble up, bila kita bercakap, dia punya cognitive lebih baik lagi. Kemudian seterusnya kita bincang dalam kumpulan with the instructor. Di sini kita dapat satu lagi ilmu, mungkin menguatkan kefahaman kita. Okay? Dan orang lain pun boleh mendengar bersama-sama. So you have 3 kinds of emphasizing your knowledge. 3 kali kita emphasize. Takkan lupa lagi kan? First time kita berfikir, second time bincang, third time kita dengar dan berbincang. Jadi ada 3 kali. Definitely with 3 times of reinforcement of the ideas into your mind, your brain, that will stick longer. That's what. Jadi dengan adanya 2 ni, principle of cooperative learning dengan patterns of active learning, okay, this is the first phase of PBL, meeting the problems, then problem identification analysis, and you have the self-learning. So how can we change this? Okay. This is the PBL punya fasa pertama. So how can we change this into incorporate cooperative learning principles and active learning pattern into this? So what should we do? So what we did is we put all this thing into. So you have meeting the problem. You have individual meet the problems, okay, and then you discuss, team discussion. And then you have the overall discussion. You can see this is a pattern of active learning instead of just having and meeting the problems. Okay, so we have that, and then this second part of in terms of the second phase, the second phase about peer teaching and synthesizing and application. So the same thing. What we did is we have the same. We have the peer instead of me. We have the peer teaching. Okay. And then we have peer, the team need peer teaching. Kawan-kawan masing-masing itu akan belajar bersama-sama dan akan mengajar dengan dia. And then we have the team synthesis and application, and then we have team consensus of the final solution. Alright. Tapi kalau buat peer teaching by yourself, it doesn't work, because sometimes the student do not actually trust your friends, their friends when you do peer teaching. Dia lebih suka kita yang bagi idea. Dia tak percaya dengan kawan dia. So what we have to do? Yeah. So we need to scaffold them, instead of just by let them straight away do the peer teaching. So we need to we ask them to come up with individual notes. Then they have to do submission. With that individual notes, then they do the peer teaching, and then they have the overall class discussion in peer teaching. So you can see here, this is another scaffolding. You scaffold them instead of just having peer teaching. Okay, you have to ask them to come up with the notes, and then they have to submit. So here dekat sini ada apa? Ada accountability, kan? And then they have to teach their friends. Okay, kat sini ada interdependence, interdependence. Okay, and then after that they want overall class discussion. Bila buat overall class discussion, dia mulai percaya, sebab kita we as a facilitator, we will ensure that the understanding or the thing being taught will be correct, tak ada salah. Kita takut ada ajaran sesat, pengajaran yang sesat. Jadi buat peer teaching not just like by what peer teaching by itself, but we need to facilitate. We need to have a closure in there when they do the peer teaching. So with this, we come up with this model. This is what the model we call it cooperative problem-based learning model. Okay, you can see here we have the active learning patterns, and we also have the cooperative learning essence in the model.
Sorry, Dr. Seth.
Yeah.
I remind you about the time.
Berapa lama lagi ada?
Maybe in 5 minutes to go.
Masya Allah, we have
yes. You have
a
to
lot more
give us
to do.
Yes, you have to give us the conclusion of our discussion.
Seriously, we just halfway. Okay,
yes.
I have to skip a lot of things here. All right, this is a forum posted by the student. Actually, students say that, example, going through CPBL help us to complete our tasks. I'm able to settle the problem step by step. At the same time, reducing stress of thinking how to settle by himself. The discussion with the teammates and during classes reduce my burden of the problem and become easier. Okay, so this is one of the reflection done by one of the students. Okay, I'm not sure I have this video. I'm not sure whether I can share with you this video or not. We don't have much time. I think I just passed this one. Okay, so PBL is problem-based learning, CPBL, problem-based learning combined with cooperative learning, call it CPBL. All right. This is a model, and actually I want to go through the phases with you, but we don't have much time. So the first phase is to individual problem statement, PRPI, and then team, and then overall. And I actually have some problem for you to solve and to come up with this KNL, but then we don't have much time. Okay, so I skip this. This is the problem that I want you to do. If we have time, you go through this problem. You can see from these problems. Okay, this example of how you construct your problem. You construct your problem from this problem. Then you ask the students to identify what they know, what they need to know, and what are the learning issues. Okay, so they need to learn. So can you please read for a while this problem? This is about the earthquake in Pariaman. How many years back? So these are the support required by the NGOs. Okay, I was there. I went to Pariaman, and that is the problem that we have during the earthquake. And then, so from here, actually, I would like you to come up with the KNL. But first of all, you need to restate the problem. Restate the problem is very important in PBL. Because when you restate the problem, sometimes the problem will be different. If you give even a very simple problem to your student, they might have a different understanding of the problem. That is why you need to ask them to restate. While if they restate the problem, then you can help them to make a correct statement. After restate the problems, you do the KNL. So the KNL, you have to do it individually, and then after that, you have to discuss together, then come up with this one. So the learning issues are the thing that the student want to learn. Depends on the understanding, depend of the knowledge that they have. The learning issues might be different. Group have different learning issues, but the learning issues have to come from the problems. So when we craft the problems, we have to ensure that we craft the problem based on the learning issues that we want also to acquire. So we have the second phase. In second phase is where the learning happen. Okay, the important part of PBL is the learning between session. So the second phase is about the learning. So you cannot skip this session because this is where the learning happen, right? And the last phase is your conclusion. The student will present, and then after presentation, you need to ask your student to do the individual and team reflection and feedback, and never miss the closure. Closure is very, very, very important. You shouldn't miss the closure. Okay, if you miss the closure, Then your evaluation, apa nama, evaluation kan, akhir tu kena ada buat evaluation kan. Actual evaluation tu akan teruk lah sebab tak ada closure. So closure is very important. You can do this closure in many ways. One of this is by using plus delta. Okay, this is plus delta. What is good? What are the things you need to improve on? Dia bukan plus minus, dia plus delta. Delta are the things you want to improve. Okay, what you did well, and then what are the things you need to improve. And then for individual, you might want to use this GIP cycle punya reflection. So you might want to Google GIP reflection cycle, and you can use this. That we found that this is a very good reflection that the student can do in PBL. Very good way of doing reflection. Okay, these are example of our classes. You can see here, very big classroom, but they have we have the chair that is a movable chair. Okay, so they sit in a group. Yeah. You can see here, very big classroom, but they sit in a group, and we have a floating facilitator. Okay, maknanya pensyarah ada 2 atau 3 pensyarah dalam satu kelas. Ya, bukan seorang ada 2-3 pensyarah, we combine them and then we meet together. This is in my class during the overall class teaching. You can see here, this student is teaching their friends. Okay, the overall question, that's why you can see the numbers of students are even more. This we combine 2 or 3 group together, do the peer teaching. So we call it overall class teaching. At the end, we have the final poster presentation. And usually, at the final presentation, we have a problem with the industry. So the industrial people will come and will judge their presentation. It's a real problem. Okay, this is one of the problems that I had in mechanical engineering with the industry. Okay, and at the end, they have they bagi duit kalau ini dia punya owner of the company. Okay, they have the competition, and the one who give the best solution, dia dapat sampai 5 juta 5 juta rupiah ataupun 3,000 duit Malaysia seorang. Yang first, yang second 2,000, yang third 1,000. So this actually industry is very supportive. When you do problem-based learning, they are very supportive. So you need to talk to them. It's another problems. We went. This is at the third year students, so also involved in this industry. This is during the water conversion. Also, they have the some token of appreciation. They give the tickets for the trip in to see their plant in other areas. Okay, so when we give problem, I'm going to conclude here, right? When we give problems, it's not only one problem. PBL, okay, to make sure that because we want to have the process, which is more important than the product. So we have to give several problems, not only one. The best is to have 4 problems. Each problem's 1 cycle. This is 1 cycle for 1 problem. So each problem you have 1 cycle. So we have 4 cycles. This is good. If you can have 4 cycles, you can actually bring your student from a novice problem solver to the expert problem solver within 1 class session. So you need to give them a couple of problems. Why? Because they learn through different problems. They acquire the skills. Okay? This is an example of the problem, case 1A, case 1B, case 1. Okay, towards the end is a real problem. Okay, so with that, we are actually scaffolding them, support them. And inshallah, if you use PBL, then you can achieve all these 21st century learning skills. If you look at all these skills here, diversity, initiative, persistence, all actually is able to acquire if we use problem-based learning in our teaching and learning. Okay, that is the beauty of problem-based learning, apart from these competencies and literature skills. Okay, but then we are not going to assess all, so it depends on which one you want to assess. You can acquire all this, but you cannot. In OBE, you have to plan which one you want to assess. For example, you want to assess the social and cultural awareness. So you have some rubric for social and cultural awareness. But assessing is another story, yeah. All right. But then our advice is not to go straight away for those who haven't done problem-based learning. You need to have some knowledge of active learning, and then how to work in a team, how to facilitate working in a team, and then get some taste of PBL. Probably make a simple one, and then go to the next one, which is macro PBL. This is very challenging. Okay, but don't go with try to do PBL. You have to go from one step to another. Then you will achieve the. Okay, I think that's all. You have any question, you can ask here. Before that, we are going to have the conference on the 29th to 30 September. Okay, the research is an online conference, right? RCE, this is the 10th, I think. Yeah. Yes, Sheila. Sheila, you have any question? Okay, this is the conference which we're going to have on the 29th. This is next week. Yeah? But you cannot, because it's already passed in terms of the submit the paper, but you still can attend the conference for non-presenter. The conference fees is USD 100 ringgit sahaja, dollars. Okay, for all you with $100 US dollar, you can attend all the programs and workshop, and then we give you 1 month of international conference networking. So there's 1 month of international conference networking. If you attend the conference, it's a very small amount. But if you don't have this for the students, okay, for the students you pay only 50. We also have several workshops. We have the pre-workshop and also the post-workshop. Okay, you can attend the workshop for 100 ringgit per workshop for the student and also the teacher. If you have teacher here, okay, for student and the teacher, you have only to pay 50 ringgit per workshop. That's all, right? My last word, life begins at the edge of your comfort zone. So if you want to have a good life, you have to go away from your comfort zone. If you want to have a good result, okay, from your teaching, you want to see the beauty of your students, the change to your of your student, melihat kejayaan pelajar, perubahan pelajar, then you have to go a bit ahead of your comfort zone. Go away a bit of your comfort zone. Thank you very much. I'm very sorry for taking your time a bit. Okay, I hope apa saja yang dicakapkan di sini yang baik itu bisa diamalkan, ya, daripada Allah SWT. Kalau ada kelemahan, kesilapan, saya minta maaf, ya. And I know we have many experts here. I'm not going to teach you. This is just a sharing, ya. Jazakallah khair. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. For in the audience, do you have any question? Maybe one question. I think from Ms. Sela, right? Halo, Mbak Sela.
Can I have a question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. Faiz, silakan.
Yes. I want to know that how we implement the PBL learning in traditional school, because in Indonesia there's a lot of traditional school in here, vocational or maybe standard school. So how we implement this in traditional school, like the students is from the village, not knowing any advanced technology and so on. Please, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Faiz. I think are you a student? No.
No, I am
Dosen.
No.
Huh?
It's a student.
Yeah, student. Mashallah. Very good question. You have very good spirit. Mashallah. Actually, I have a video here. How we implemented PBL in school. We have been doing this for the past how many years? 5 years. Okay. We apply problem-based learning in school, in villages as well. From 3 schools until we started from 3 schools. Now we have more than 25 schools. Whereby they use PBL in the school. Actually, PBL is you don't need any technologies if you want to apply this PBL. You don't have any technology. It's just the procedure. Okay, tak perlu pun teknologi. Cuma pendekatan kita saja. Kita buat problems, and then the student learn from the problems. That is the principle behind PBL. You have to create the problems, and from this problem you want them to learn using this problem. And they can learn from, as I mentioned just now, it's good if they can learn from the nature. Keluar daripada bilik kuliah, bilik darjah. Jadi kalau di kampung-kampung banyak sangat. Banyak yang kita bisa belajar. Bagaimana nak buat titi contohnya, buat titi. Bagaimana nak manjat pokok contohnya. Bagaimana nak mendapatkan manisan daripada sungai contohnya, dari tebing-tebing sungai. These are all inquiry-based learning, and PBL is about inquiry-based learning. And the inquiry ini dekat kampung itu lebih banyak. In the villages, you have a lot of things that you can use to achieve the inquiry skill among the students. Problems in the villages is even easier for us to find and for them to solve. So PBL can be applied, you apply mana saja, daripada tadika, from the kindergarten up to university level. And all the subject is able to use PBL. Semua subjek boleh menggunakan PBL untuk belajar. Tidak ada, there's no exception. Even in the lab, call it problem lab-based learning using PBL. Does that answer your question, Faiz? Faiz?
Yes, thank you for the answer. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do you want me to show the video? One video? Do you have time for that? In the school, the teaching of PBL in the school, is it okay? Do you have time for
how many
that?
minutes, Professor?
It's not that long. 2 minutes. Is it okay?
Okay.
Am I still sharing the video with the slide with you? Masih sharing kan?
Not yet.
Yes, you.
Is it? Can you see
You're allowed to share.
The slide is there?
Oh, not yet.
Oh, the slide is not there. Okay.
Okay, the slide is here. We are not here on the sound.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My God, Manova. How can I share the sound? How can I share the sound? It's okay. I think you can just look at the video without the sound. Is it okay?
Yes, yes. Okay.
Or maybe you can share it on Drive or YouTube. Sorry.
No, I'm doing now. Okay. I hope it works now. Can you hear the sound?
Sorry.
No.
No sound.
Yes,
We cannot hear sound.
It's okay. It's okay. I think you just watch it.
yes, thank you. Maybe you can explain to us what is this and what is going on here.
Yeah, this is during the implementation of sorry, because I heard the sound. It's quite noisy. Sorry. Okay, this is where the student present their project from different schools. Okay. Actually, they solve the problem by themselves. Huh? We are just helping them in terms of facilitation. Strong engagement between the students. And these are the teachers. This is actually for STEM education. So we integrate English, science, mathematics, and some technology. Yeah? So the integration of different subjects into the problems. So these problems, we use one problem that can actually achieve the target for different different courses in STEM education. Okay, I'm sorry because of the technical problems. So that is an example of how we educate our students, school students, using problem-based learning. And this is actually we also integrate different courses, okay, English, science, mathematics, and technology, yeah, into the we have the problems, and we have 4 teachers. They facilitate the students with our support. We support them, the university lecturer support them on conducting problem-based learning in school.
Okay.
This is yeah. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Dr. Shed. I think the time is running out. Thank you to the speaker for joining our online event. That is the great presentation from Dr. Syed Ahmad Helmi. I hope we will meet again in another event. Now I'll give the floor back to the master of ceremony, Mr. Tawib. Stay safe and healthy. May God bless all of us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Fajar. Thank you, Pak Syed.
Thank you so much.
See you in the next time ya.
Insyaallah, amin. Jumpa lagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for Pak Fajar to lead the plenary session, and I want to reminder for all of the presenter and also the audience that we already share for the link. Anyone who want to join the parallel session, except the presenter, please choose the room, and also you can fill the following link, then we'll direct you to the room you want to enter. Please fill before the parallel session, and we will join in the parallel session around 1 p.m. because currently it's 12 and 7, I think. So that's why we will wait for all of the presenter in the 1 p.m. Please prepare for the your presentation. And thank you for the all. We will break for this session and see you in the parallel session. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Syed. See you soon.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Do you stay here or we move somewhere else? Having lunch?
Not yet, sir. And we have to pray for Zuhur, maybe.
Yeah. We'll stay or first we'll close the Zoom.
Yeah, I think it is better we close the Zoom and rejoin at 1 o'clock.
Okay. Thank you.
The same link as before.
Yes, the same link. You can join with the same link for parallel session.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're right.
The Informatics Education Department, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Your teacher skill and knowledge for those who want to be information technology savvy, while considering education as their passion and career path. We equip students to be confident and competent in information technology instructions with innovative and creative information technology use in education.
In addition to the competency in vocational education pedagogy, students will be able to specialize in software development, computer network, also in multimedia.
We enrich students' knowledge and skills with the advanced IT technologies, as well as problem-solving skills that enable graduates to survive future competition in the job market. Informatics Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta, nurturing future IT educators with integrity, care, and empathy.
Pendidikan teknik bangunan. Solid. Beton, beton, beton.
Informatics Education Department, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Future skill and knowledge for those who want to be information technology savvy, while considering education as their passion and career path. We equip students to be confident and competent in information technology instructions with innovative and creative information technology use in education.
In addition to the competency in vocational education pedagogy, students will be able to specialize in software development, computer network, also in multimedia.
We enrich students' knowledge and skills with the advanced IT technologies, as well as problem-solving skills that enable graduates to survive future competition in the job market. Informatics Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Nurturing future IT educators with integrity, care, and empathy. The Informatics Education Department, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Future skill and knowledge for those who want to be information technology savvy, while considering education as their passion and career path. We equip students to be confident and competent in information technology instructions with innovative and creative information technology use in education.
In addition to the competency in vocational education pedagogy, students will be able to specialize in software development, computer network, also in multimedia.
We enrich students' knowledge and skills with the advanced IT technologies, as well as problem-solving skills that enable graduates to survive future competition in the job market. Informatics Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Nurturing future IT educators with integrity, care, and empathy. The Informatics Education Department, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Future skill and knowledge for those who want to be information technology savvy, while considering education as their passion and career path. We equip students to be confident and competent in information technology instructions with innovative and creative information technology use in education.
In addition to the competency in vocational education pedagogy, students will be able to specialize in software development, computer network, also in multimedia.
enrich students' knowledge and skills with the advanced IT technologies, as well as problem-solving skills that enable graduates to survive future competition in the job market. Informatics Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta, nurturing future IT educators with integrity, care, and empathy.
Pendidikan teknik bangunan. Solid. Beton, beton, beton.
The Informatics Education Department, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. nurture skill and knowledge for those who want to be information technology savvy, while considering education as their passion and career path. We equip students to be confident and competent in information technology instructions with innovative and creative information technology use in education.
In addition to the competency in vocational education pedagogy, students will be able to specialize in software development, computer network, also in multimedia.
We enrich students' knowledge and skills with the advanced IT technologies, as well as problem-solving skills that enable graduates to survive future competition in the job market. Informatics Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta, nurturing future IT educators with integrity, care, and empathy.
Pendidikan teknik bangunan. Solid. Beton, beton, beton.
The Informatics Education Department, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Nurture skill and knowledge for those who want to be information technology, who are considering education as their passion and career path. We equip students to be confident and competent in information technology instructions with innovative and creative information technology use in education.
In addition to the competency in vocational education pedagogy, students will be able to specialize in software development, computer network, also in multimedia.
We enrich students' knowledge and skills with the advanced IT technologies, as well as problem-solving skills that enable graduates to survive future competition in the job market. Informatics Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta, nurturing future IT educators with integrity, care, and empathy.
Pendidikan teknik bangunan. Solid. Beton, beton, beton.
Hello everyone. Please take a look at the chat box. There is some notice I put over there. For every presenter, please change your nickname with the format I put in the chat box. Thank you very much for your attention.